Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And today it's Wednesday, otherwise known around here as the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday Night live stream, where it's members only with the icon that can be in the chat room tonight. Everybody, you can watch, you can listen, you can take notes. So get your pen, pad, and paper ready, because we're always ready to bring you some fascinating information to help you financially, help you with financial literacy, help you make money while you sleep. And we always got to talk about the good and a little bit of the bad. And welcome. Stop struggling now. Gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. And the first things I want to point out, welcome to the new year. We have lots of work to do, because if you want to get in on this transfer of wealth, you can do it. It doesn't matter what your station is in life right now, because wealth is out here to grab. All right, Airbnb bust? Check. Stock market bust? Check. Home buying bust, or shall I say homes dropping in price, which equals a home bust? Check. Liabilities that you have no reason to own, they're going down, they're a bust. Check. Now that we've checked off a few on the list that's going to happen in 2023, let's get into it, because as you guys know, please share the videos, because you never know who you're going to help out. And also, in case you can't get in the chat room tonight, I will reiterate, there's a reason. On Wednesday night live streams, only members with the icon can be here in the chat room. Everybody else can watch. On Monday and Friday, or any other live stream, everybody can be in the chat room. And if you like what we're talking about during the course of this live stream, please subscribe to the channel, click the all bell notification to let the YouTube gods know that you're here in the house. All right, let me see. I have a comment here. Let's see. Laverne Penix is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wednesday night live stream, otherwise known as the Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And of course, in order to be in the chat room, he has the icon, which means he's a valuable member of the channel. So I thank you so much for that, Laverne Penix. And he brings his tagline tonight. Hello, SSN Nation. I hope everyone is doing well. It's time to make some money. Yes, it is. I received a notification and trailer. Thank you so much for mentioning that. And also, in case you're new here, Laverne Penix is also known as Mr. Cool at the SSN Nation. That's here, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, this is the No Guru Zone. This is the no ebooks, no seminars, no webinars, no any of that. We just bring it to you. And you never know. We have lots of people here who are, let's just call it what it is, very knowledgeable financially, worldly, and you never know what gems are going to be dropped. So make sure you have that pen, pad, and paper ready. Speaking of the other person that's very smart as well, who has the icon next to their name, is Victor Marrero. He's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he brings one of two taglines. Hello, all. Let's do this. Yes, that's what we're going to do. And let me know. Let me know. Let me know if you received the YouTube notification and saw the trailer. That would be greatly appreciated. All right, Eric, who did you host your debt box node? I look, I don't know who's hosting it, quite frankly. I thought I paid $10 for something. Then I found out that it wasn't, that was for rentals. And then somebody told me that they're going to host for the next 28 days or something like that on the house. So I don't think they have it all together yet. So no, I did not get a V box, of course, because there's only one license. There's no reason to pay, well, $1,000 now. I did see the V box, and I didn't see where you can buy the old box. We're talking about the debt box nose, ladies and gentlemen. But let's get into Airbnb bust tonight as well. As your message, as you can see, Mr. Cool, it says, did you host your, and I'm only thinking the only thing we got to host is that debt box node, which again, it rubs me the wrong way, quite frankly. But I was going to bring that up tonight, but it doesn't matter. It's still mining. So I'm just getting secondhand information from the upline, letting these guys, and they were saying, hey, they're just going to add it in next month. So I didn't pay the V box. Some people did pay for the V box. That's $1,000 now, which is crazy. So all I'm saying is, now let me get down to business. I didn't bust out the video for the Airbnb bust video, but I figured, you know what? I might as well just do it on the live stream as well. Because Airbnb bust, it's very, very fascinating. I put in Airbnb bust on YouTube. All these people came up with all these pseudo stories. They're not really bust stories. They're really stories about, hey, this is what we're doing with our Airbnb. And oh, by the way, I have a course down below that you can buy, or I have a seminar you can buy, or meet me in a city where we're going to have this thing and you can pay me. I'm like, again, ladies and gentlemen, I just have a little pet peeve. Guys are telling me they're making $200,000, $300,000, $5 million. They have 100 properties. It always baffles me why these guys who are allegedly making literally almost passive income. Victor Marrero knows what I'm talking about. He owns it Margaritaville. He has the guys managing the whole thing, and they're getting renters. And I don't know what. Oh, speaking of that, Victor Marrero, let me know what your occupancy rate has been, because I know generally it's around 90%. He's in Orlando, Margaritaville. He has a villa, cottage. I don't know which one. I can never remember. But the fact of the matter is, at a 93% occupancy rate, sometime like 3-4 months back, that's what he was having all year. That's significant, ladies and gentlemen. So Airbnb bust, it very well could be, but I'm just going to tell you straight up, and in case anybody ever sees me, who actually is doing Airbnb and they're out here claiming they made millions of dollars, and then they turn around and say, oh, buy my course, or come to my seminar, or come to my webinar. I'm sitting there thinking, how come you're not helping people just by helping people if you're making money passively? While we're sitting here right now, you're making money. So why are you having to go travel around and charge people? This makes no sense to me. So tonight I'm starting this off with a video I made in 2019. And you're going to see in 2019, I got a little upset, not really upset, but all I'm saying is I'm watching these guys doing all these videos even now, 2022, 2023. And yes, some people are doing Airbnb. A lot of people are doing Airbnb. But all these people, I actually studied yesterday, and I studied about 10 people that has the Airbnb bust in their titles. And all of them said, oh, by the way, buy my course, buy my book, come to my webinar, come to my whatever, give me some more money. And I'm thinking, that's very interesting, because the essence of Airbnb means it's passive. Victor Marrero knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's why he's going to have a different channel. Once he retires, he's going to make a channel because he makes money passively. He can do whatever he wants. So it's kind of baffling to me that somebody's talking about give me money while they're making allegedly millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands, or I don't care what it is, whatever the number is. So anyhow, in 2019, I made this video because of the person you're about to see in the video started talking crazy. He said, this is how much I make. So I keep referencing the Airbnb on how much I made, right? And anybody that does Airbnb, they know that you get 1099s. So you have to start asking yourself, why do all these people who are on Airbnb, how come they don't show their 1099? You got to pay taxes. It's not like you can hide. It's a 1099. They're going to turn it in to the IRS. So there's no liability. So the IRS is going to know how much you made. The question is why nobody ever shows their 1099 from Airbnb. Instead, they do stuff like what I'm about to show you, talking about, oh, check out my website or check out this website, or just take my word for it. All right. So I'm going to show what I did 3 years ago, because I haven't shown since, and I won't show since any stuff like this. But check this out. All right. We're going to go to it right now. Let me see who else is in the house before I get into this. Curtis Davis is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And he has the icon next to his name, which means he's a member of the channel, of course. That's why he can be in the chat room. And he's known here as Mr. Financial. And he brings his tagline, good evening, SSN family. Always be making money. ABMM. That's right. Get your pen, pad, and paper. Speaking of that, these are stocks, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, he's giving off dividend stocks. You want to make 8, 9, 10, 15% return on your investment? Yeah, see, therein lies one of the liabilities, right, that people have. They're out here buying homes to then host Airbnb. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into it. But Mr. Financial is also known in the YouTube streets as Chili Davis, Chilly Davis. Check him out, because this information, One Main Financial, AGNC, PSEC, ORC. That's right. I'm adding some, ladies and gentlemen. You got it. We're adding them. LUMN, JEPI. How about all those? Go check those out. If you think 15% is awesome, how about IEP? I'm just saying, we can always go with T, which is AT&T, but why? When you can get over 10% return, 14% return, 17, 18, 19% return on your investment today using safe dividend investing. Now, let's get to the Airbnb. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So some people actually may not have ever seen this video, because as you guys know, we get no love. So it's buried. It's not like it's going to come back up out of the blue. But here's a video I made a few years back telling people, hey, if you're going to get into Airbnb, make sure that you're in a location that if you can get 12 months a year of guest renters or in a resort type situation, that means you get to make money every month. What I've been finding out is we're having people buy homes, turn them into Airbnbs. The key word is buy, ladies and gentlemen. This is not something that we talk about here in the SSN Nation, about buying a home in the middle of a desert, knowing full well nobody comes to the desert in the summertime. Nobody's going to be there in the fall either. It starts getting chilly. Nobody's there. So basically, January through April is prime time. After that, your rate of return is going to drop. So it makes sense. You shouldn't be buying something in Palm Springs, right? I saw some people, Palm Springs, Joshua Tree, like they were going by this playbook that makes 0 sense. You want to have a situation where people are coming 12 months a year at high volume. So then you won't be caught up into, oh, we only rented 3 nights this month. We only rented 5 nights this month. We only rented 2 nights this month. That's the problem here. I don't know where they're getting this playbook from, but do not follow that playbook. You want to be in a situation, if you're going to be in a desert, make sure it's in Las Vegas at least, because that's year-round entertainment and activity. Every month of the year, they have something going on. Every damn near week of the month, there's something going on. And then they have these big explosions like the CES show, which is going on right now. All right. People are there paying ungodly amounts of money, $500 a night for a 2-bedroom condo, not a house, condo. Just letting you guys know this is the situation. So you have to know your area. Don't just go over there and say, oh, yeah, it's in the mountains. It looks cool. We'll work it out. Do not think like that. Anyhow, I got off topic. So here we go. I'm going to show you what I did. And now you guys will see my 1099s. So when all these other clowns are on here talking about, oh, yeah, I made $10 million on Airbnb, I'm like, okay, show me your 1099. Don't give me a website. Show me. But here we go. I'm going to show you one of the guys that are still on YouTube that talks Airbnb. Nothing against the guy, but it's only to prove a point. So check this out. Let me see. Do I still have this up? I'm pretty sure I do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Yeah, you should be able to hear this. Let me make sure I don't have any feedback.
Of a guy who is very, very well known in the Airbnb space. He helps people out and is on a whole different type of thing where he actually does Airbnb rental, what they call arbitrage, which means he goes around the country, around the world, and he gets or condos, and he gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 multiples, because once you get multiples, then you can rent out multiples, make that exponential type money. So therefore,
so up through 2017. November 2017 is when I put this together. Form only let you go back about it in order to see how much money you made last year. So we have to go back. So you'll see once we get to the point, my first month on Airbnb was November 2000. I made almost $8,000 on my first couple of properties. So story there is I had a high-rise sky house downtown Houston. They're totally not Airbnb friendly. And I didn't find that out until later because I started my business on accident.
Because I'm going to have a few excerpts, because notice the first thing that he talks about is that he started years ago, and he started with one property, 2 or 3 or whatever the properties were, and you notice how much. I don't really say how much I make in anything that I do, but in this case that we're talking about Airbnb, when you get paid, they give you a 1099. So the only question that I would have is, why wouldn't you show the 1099? Because you have to file your taxes for this stuff if you're calling this your business. And I'm going to actually show mine, and some of this stuff is going to be blocked off. So some of you, I've never discussed this ever really, I don't think, but here's my 2014. So I've been Airbnb since 2014. And most of this stuff is going to be grayed out, because things like the taxpayer's ID, the filer's federal ID, I'm probably going to block that out too. My address I'll probably block out, but I'm still going to leave where you can see it's officially Airbnb, and that's their whatever tax department. And I may leave in the monthly revenue that I had in 2014. This was just on my computer, so I figured I would show you that there's no joke, and you can see the number of that year, the gross received from Airbnb. What you're not going to see is what I received from VRBO and Flipkey, which again, home away is another option, and there's other options beside these. So now I will show you my 2016, and once again you can see easily 6 figures. And then I'll go to 2017. And again, you could see 6 figures. And the only reason I don't have 2015 or 2013 is because they weren't on my computer. I just had these on my computer. I don't know why, they were just there. So I was like, let me show people what you can do. And this has nothing to do with leasing multiple apartments or anything like that. We're going to get to this shortly. You guys are going to be like shocked. But now what I wanted to do was I'm going to show you and give you some other people who are working on the internet, touting that they have helped people in the Airbnb space. They're selling a course. So I just want to show you what this course cost is before we get into this. So buckle up, please. This is very important. This is something that you can actually start as soon as you watch my video. And because you know I help you, you can always email me at eric@stopstrugglingnow.com. You can email me and I will help you out, because in actuality, with what we do, we can help each other out in the long term, because you may have property that I don't have and we might be able to help each other out. But I'll get into that later. Okay, here's guys that I'm about to show you. That this guy here, I won't even mention any names. But first of all, before we get into it, I'm going to show you a little excerpt about what he says. And then I'll come right back.
In my leases, I restrict the other tenants from doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want them doing the Airbnb.
Yeah, of course. If you own the building, you can change the rules if you need to, or just do it for yourself. So I don't tell people to go after any units in large apartment complexes. We're talking small, privately owned properties. Right. But if you're the owner,
eight unit little garden,
or single family homes, or I mean, people are using Airstream trailers. I got a student that took an Airstream, rented it from an owner for $200. He's making $2,000 net every month on an Airstream in Arizona
with almost no investment.
Just plugged it in, and it doesn't even own it.
Yeah,
just sitting in somebody's driveway. So
so what is he having to do? He's having a canvas for somebody that owns property.
Yeah. Well, you're just looking
make a phone call.
Yeah, make a phone call. Meet with them.
It's a sales call. I mean, it is a
sales call. Yeah, I tell people how to pitch the owners, because I talked to like 150 owners face to face.
Well, what's the course? What's the course that people?
It's called B&B Formula.
B&B.
All right. Well, notice in that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I did 2019. All right. So what did I show? 2014, 2016, 2017, 1099s. Not something from a book, not something from I told you what I said I make. You guys could see it for yourself, the monthly numbers. You saw 18, you saw 20, you saw 25, you saw 30 G's occasionally per month in revenue. All those 3 years is over like $1 million. One was 400,000 almost. Another was 300 and something. Another was 200, almost 70 something. 1 mil in revenue in just those three that I showed. And I didn't even have 18, 19, 12, 13 and all that. Meanwhile, I'm still sitting here trying to figure out, like I said, guys are selling courses, even in 2019. People are out there showing clarity or whatever the hell that is. And they're out here acting like they're experts in this thing. They're out here telling people, go buy homes, get a mortgage, and then be on the hook for 15 to 30 years and then rent it out without having the flexibility, because you do realize if the city and county starts changing the rules, you still are going to be locked in on that price. And you may have to sell if you can't rent. If you only get what's happened to people 3 days, 1 week, a month for 5 or 6 months in a row, you're not even meeting your obligation for your mortgage. So all the profit you made earlier on the 3, 4, 5 months, you're losing on the other side. That's not a good business model, ladies and gentlemen. The business model is this. You can buy a home for Airbnb, but you better make sure that you're in a territory where at least 8, 9, 10 months out of the year is prime time. You have enough tourists that's coming in there. Do not do this crazy nonsense. And by the way, this helped increase the prices of homes because you had these Airbnb type people running around buying up these homes thinking that this is going to be forever. Well, it's not forever because you don't know when there's going to be a downturn in travel or the economy. So if you don't have a place that's in a resort location where people are going to come regardless, then you're going to be in trouble. So this is why we have a lot of people talking about the Airbnb bust right now. And that's why they're selling courses. That's why they're doing their seminars. That's why they're doing all this crazy stuff to supplement their income. They're allowed. They have a YouTube channel. They're allowed. But all I'm saying is it's quite funny that these people are out here telling you, hey, go do this. Now, congratulations to everybody in the SSN Nation who listened to what I was saying when I said get you something in Dominican Republic pre-construction. Therefore, you're buying it at all-time low prices. So these guys are buying homes out in the desert for $250,000, $350,000 that only has a lifespan of 4 months prime time. Meanwhile, in the DR, if you got something in Punta Cana, it's looking like you're going to have 11 months of prime time, maybe even 12 months of prime time once we get the numbers for December. Because if 2022 is in the indication of what's going to happen, it's literally going to be 12 months of prime time, 12 months of over 100,000 tourists just going through Punta Cana Airport every week, not every month, every week. The island's going to get 8 million visitors not this year in 2023. So everybody, I'm glad you listened because you won't have an Airbnb bust. You're going to be like Victor Marrero, who owns in Margaritaville, and he's going to chime in because I see he's got it down here. So here we go. This reminds me of the seasonal revenue, which I think I mentioned this before. Businesses that make $20K per month during the high season while low season make zero. This is a rough, exactly. That's not going to work in the long run if that's your model. That and you have a mortgage too. Ooh, that's not a good model. Eric, this may be very good news. A friend of mine closed on his new Punta Cana apartment 6 months ago, and he told me today he's been doing about 85 to 90% occupancy. This is great news. This is what is expected because, as I said, they're going to break. They might have broken the record this year. They might have went past the 7.5 million. They were at 6. What were they at? 6.7, 6.8. If they got 700,000 visitors or 750,000 visitors, they'll be knocking on the door for the all-time record tourist numbers in this economy. Imagine in 2 years when they actually have Kathmandu Park, when they actually have more projects coming and downtowns getting built up. Man, it's going to be off the charts. And this is great news, 85% occupancy. But Victor Morel, you know you can't just leave us hanging like this. Don't leave us hanging. Where is his apartment and how much did he buy it for? That's the keys right there. We need to narrow it down. But I'm pretty much, I believe wholeheartedly, it won't matter what you own because most people bought under 200,000, under 250,000. You guys know we talked about this sweet spot before. Under 250,000 is where you want to buy something in Punta Cana. The reason why, your growth numbers are going to be off the chart. When 125,000, 150,000 visitors come through, tourists come through the airport in Punta Cana every week, when they hit that number, all of a sudden we still could have 85 to 90% occupancy. And quite frankly, Victor Marrero already knows in the DR, if you have the right property, you're going to be, we know the number, 83 to 85% occupancy is where you should be anyhow. So some people were lowballing saying 65% occupancy, which is good because that's conservative. But his numbers at 85 to 90 indicates he's got it priced right. And wherever it is, people must love it. And he doesn't have any competition yet. There's going to be competition coming later this year as another 1,000 units gets on board in the Punta Cana region. All right, let's see what's happening here. The key for Airbnb, besides the amenities and location, is the experience of the management team. If you have one, that's right. The team has to lay out the marketing strategy and they'll penetrate other countries. Exactly, Victor Marrero. This is exactly the key. See, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't do Airbnb himself, but he has a management company that clearly uses Airbnb and other platforms and other ways to attract customers. Victor Marrero is going to let us know. I hope he lets us know, because like I said earlier, like 4 or 5 months ago, he was at 93% occupancy in a high-end location, doing like $10,000 profit in a month, not revenue, profit in a month or more. So start doing this. And he bought it for $300,000, including furniture, a little under. So years ago. So can you imagine making $100,000 from a $300,000 investment a few years later? It grew into it. It's in Orlando. So this is very, very powerful, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you don't buy these things in residential locations where people are like, all they have is maybe a pool in the backyard or a hot tub. And why would you do this? Yes, you can rent it out. Okay. But if you want to rent it out at a high rate, you need to put it in a location where people are going, oh yeah, man, we got downtown. We have some reason to be here. We don't have to get a rental car. We can just walk. Those are amenities that you can't replace. All right. Just keep that in mind. All right. Airbnb bust. There's a reason if you're going to go bust, there's a reason you go bust. I'm going to tell you right now. I saw some people. They were like, yeah, we bought something in Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg area, right? Tennessee. Once again, it's seasonal. You can have the coolest thing. I used to have something at Westgate Smoky Mountain. All right. And I had, there's another one too. I can't remember the name of it. But anyhow, I had to get rid of them because once I realized it's cool in the summertime. It's cool when the leaves are changing. But after that, ghost town. Just like in Daytona Beach, Florida. As long as you have Daytona 500 week, and as long as you have the bike week, you're golden. I had both. So I never had a problem. Maintenance fees were $800, let's say. I think they were like $850, $900. I could charge $300 a night during those 2 weeks. So you guys know $1,200, that's $2,400. You own 2 units. So now you're seeing $5,000 for the middle of February for 1 week, and $5,000 for March because of the bike week, because I actually had 3 weeks during there. So we're a little over 5,000. So you guys can figure out the numbers. It starts getting crazy. So you start getting in these chunks, right? Just like right now when we have the CES show and I'm charging people for a 2-bedroom condo, it's only like $400 per night. That's it. But 400 times 7 or 8 nights is $2,800 less 3%, and it's only costing $1,100. That's it. You do that 2 or 3 times. Now you guys understand why I always say get exponentials, more than one. Because now if I have, which I do have more than one, now all of a sudden you're sitting there like, well, wait a minute. Did he just say 2,800 minus 3%? So you could do 2 of them. That's 5,600 minus 3%. And you only owe 2,300, well, 2,250 roughly. That's it. All the rest is profit. You don't mind these chunks, $3,000 profit, $4,500 profit on 1 week. You can go the rest of the month without, but we keep going because there's another holiday coming up in the middle of the month, 3-day holiday. That's Vegas. That's the ski resorts up in Lake Tahoe, right? You got to buy Airbnb properties where the activity is. You can't be messing around like this other stuff, just randomly buying houses in a residential neighborhood in the middle of anywhere. You're going to have zeros coming up for rentals if you do that type of thing. All right. Curtis Davis says most people know if you are in biz, expect to be audited, and at a minimum, an intelligent biz owner should internal audit himself so you can leverage your biz properly. FTX knew it would create a fake revenue. Exactly. All right. Another prime location is Gatlinburg, Tennessee, around the Smoky Mountains. I still have my sights on that area. Victor Marrero, I'm telling you right now, Forget about it. Don't do it. A lot of people are doing it. They have cool resorts. They have Dollywood. They have all this stuff going on up there, but it's seasonal. It's worse than Orlando. Orlando's not even seasonal anymore, really. Just like Vegas, right? They have seasons. So after October, when the leaves change, October, then November, nobody's there. November, December, January, February, nothing's happening. March, nothing's happening. Spring, they have like a week or two, people pop in, then they're gone. And then it really kicks off June, July, August. And then September, it's kind of a little slow. But as soon as the leaves start changing, October, prime time. That's it. The rest of the time, you're sucking wind, and a lot of units are available. Let's just call it what it is. And they have Civierville. I never even knew how to pronounce that place. All I'm saying is I would stay with what you're doing. You have the perfect playbook. What you did in Orlando, perfect playbook. What you did in Punta Cana, perfect playbook. Check it out. I would not recommend doing Smoky Mountain, only because I've done Smoky Mountain, and I had a 2-bedroom at the Westgate Smoky Mountain, and I had a 2-bedroom in Pigeon Forge. I wish I could remember the name of it. And my rental rate wasn't as high as the rental rate I can get in Orlando. So I was just like, and it was seasonal. So I was like, okay, after November, hardly anybody would ever rent. November, December, January, February, March. It's like nothing's happening. You don't want to be in that scenario. I don't want 4 months worth of no time, because I thought it was going to be awesome too. Just like I thought Branson, Missouri was going to be awesome. It's not. You have to charge less. I'm just like, it's not even worth my time. All right. My friend's apartment is at Cana Pearl. Okay. I know where that is. Inside Cana Rock. It's a 1-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 700 square feet. That's pretty big. First floor, he paid, look at this. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, that $110K. He's doing 85% occupancy at Cana Pearl. Cana Pearl's a little different, but it's still sweet. They have their own beach club. It's still cool. I don't know anything about them, if their guests can use the beach club or not. I'm pretty sure they can't. But 85 to 90% occupancy is great. The question, though, is we don't know what that occupancy is going to be when they build your unit, when they build the Space and the Star and all the rest of them. And the other Cana, there's going to be another one there, or 2 or 3, besides the ones that we know about. That's what's going to be very, very interesting when they add on these, I would predict 1,000 units. Then it might affect them, but they're closer to the water generally, oftentimes. But that's awesome. 700 square feet is a pretty big unit for a 1-bedroom. For the Margaritaville property in Orlando, we closed 2022 at around, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, 91.5% monthly occupancy average, not counting last-minute cancellations. So far in 2023, have 20 nights, and the month is just starting. Look at that. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. He's at 90% occupancy for Margaritaville, which, guess what? High end. What I mean by this is his unit can rent for like $275 a night. And then on another time, it's $450 a night or $500 a night. It all depends. It's dynamic pricing. But here's the key. It's in Orlando, Florida. So people are coming 12 months a year. Very important. We don't want 3 months slow time, 4 months slow season, 5 months slow season. We don't want that. You're going to put yourself in peril, especially if you're out here listening to these new fangled Airbnb guys telling you to get mortgages. That in itself, you should not be getting a $350,000, $400,000 mortgage unless it's in a place like Orlando where you know, but even then you're spending too much. Your mortgage is going to be $1,200, $1,500, $2,000. Well, at today's prices, $700 per $100,000. So you'd be at $2,800, $3,500 for a mortgage. And you're not a high-end place, you're a residential place in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I get it. You can probably make it work, but you're going to have some marketing scheme It's just not going to be able to sit on Airbnb. Margaritaville is a whole nother ball game. That's a resort, high-end resort, restaurants, bars, and many different units. And right where you can just walk across bridges and be into certain locations of amenities. It's a whole different animal. That's why he's able to have this 90, 91% occupancy rate. Can you imagine 25, 26, 27 nights out of 30 days rented every month? Now you see why he's making those 5-figure profits every month. Getting back 40%, 30 to 40% return on his original investment from a few years ago. Very smart. Now he's in Punta Cana. Very smart again. So if his friend, he already knows Cana Pearl is getting this occupancy rate at 85 to 90%, and he bought it for 110. Victor Marrero bought his at 230, 231. It's going to be a winner, even if you have to, worst case scenario, if I had to rent a 2-bedroom for 125, 150 a night just to get my 80, 85% occupancy, at under 250,000, we still get our 15 to 20% return. And the price is going to go up over time, meaning in 2 years, the price is going to go up because infrastructure is going to be built. So once again, let's see. Oh my God. Thanks for sharing information about the Smoky Mountains. I thought that area was hot, especially when you have a cabin. No, it's not. It is hot, but it's not hot all year long. It's not like Orlando. There's off seasons. So if you ever have a way to check the accommodations and occupancy, they will tell you it gets crazy. It's a drop off after the fall, after the leaves surprise me. Since I never hung out in the Smoky Mountains, and I actually owned it, Westgate Smoky Mountain, like I said, I was like, people started calling me in like September, October, and I was like, what's going on? Everybody wants to stay there. My price was actually a little bit too low. I mean, it was still like $250 a night or whatever for the 2-bedroom, but I actually had to bump it up. I was like, holy smokes, I'm not charging enough. I need to get at least $2,100 or something like that. I raised the price once I realized that the change of leaves was major. People come from all over the world. So those, like this 3 or 4 weeks, it's a madhouse. It's just like summertime. It's awesome. So you have about 5 or 6 months. They have prime. Well, you can do great rental numbers, occupancy rates, but after that, it's a drop off. So I wouldn't risk it. In other words, if you're gonna have to pay for more than $100,000 for it, I wouldn't risk it. Yeah, and these Airbnb people are telling people to get cabins in Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg areas, and I'm like, holy smokes. And I also had I forgot, CVAville. There's a Wyndham up there, so the Wyndham has its own water park inside a dome, and that is a hot property because it has the water park in the summertime, and then when the fall leaves change, again, hot property. But after that, it was basically nobody's hardly there. So I'd be very, very careful about buying in that location. James Way, welcome to the SSN Nation Wednesday night live stream. He has the icon next to his name, so thank you so much for being here. And he says rent is too damn high. You got that right. Hi, folks. And he got the notification. Thank you so much for letting me know. Very, very nice to see you, James Way, with the icon next to your name. All right. In your opinion, what about USVI? No, again, I wouldn't do it. I lived there before, so I'm familiar, but I find everything way overpriced. So no go for me. Exactly. You can't do it, man. Don't do it. Still looking to do a Punta Cana and maybe Las Terranas. Funny you mentioned Las Terranas because they're trying to build that area up. So they have great deals right now. 2 bedrooms under $150,000 in these new projects. It's something to look at because they're that airport's over there as well. So that's pretty good. You can't go wrong. I'm partial to Punta Cana region because I know they're going to have 4 million visitors that's walking through the gates of their airport in 2023 this year. That's what I believe is going to happen. That means people are going to be able to start raising their rental rates once they realize what's happening, because there's not going to be enough properties there until probably next year. But next year, they're going to have 4.5 million tourists coming. So now they're going to need more properties. So it's just going to keep going. So it's going to be very, very interesting. USVI. Okay, U.S. Virgin Islands. Let's just call it what it is. St. John's. I'm going to tell you guys, if you're going to do this island stuff, that is not one of the high tourist destinations. The best tourist destination in the Caribbean is the Dominican Republic. That's it. Number 2 is Cuba, but you're not going to you don't want to mess with Cuba. All right. So why mess around with USVI? If you're going to do USVI, I'm just going to tell you like it is. You want to have a 5-star resort. That's what you want. You want to own at the West End property. You want to know why? Because if you own a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, you can charge like $2,000, $1,000, $850 per night. It's pretty serious. All right. So, but it costs a lot of money to get into that property. Unless, of course, you're a West End owner and have points, like I always recommended, right? I own West End. I have points. So I can stay there. All right. At West End there, West End Kaanapali, which is in Maui, West End at the I think it's St. John's, but you can charge an arm and a leg at both of those locations. All right. A studio in Hawaii, you can charge $400 or $500 per night. Studio in Virgin Islands, $600-$700 per night, $500 per night. All right. And the cost is roughly around $150 per night. So all that, the rest is profit. It's crazy. All right. But I wouldn't do USVI. I would do a place that has high traffic, high tourist volumes. Yes, Smoky Mountain, a hot spot. Yeah, it's a hot spot. Like I said, very hot. June, July. Well, at the end of May, June, July, August, September, October, and then maybe even November, first week. After that, it kind of drops off. You get to Thanksgiving. Some people will stay there. But after that, you got like 4 months of nothingness. It's crazy. All right. Can't go wrong with 11 or 12 months prime time. Exactly, James Way. That's what you want. You don't want this seasonal stuff. This used to, look, I'm going to give you guys a situation. Las Vegas is a perfect example. When they were building Las Vegas, damn near 100 years ago, it was just a little sleepy railroad town. They had the casinos downtown because it was in the middle of the desert, so they needed something to attract. What's going to attract? Casinos and women, right? That's what's going to attract people to come there. Then, of course, if there's gold somewhere around, that would help out, right? But, hey, let's call it what it is. So then somebody had a bright idea. Hey, why don't we just build a few casinos out here? So it took 20, 30 years. Bugsy Siegel is the story everybody knows. But the mob already built things in Las Vegas in the 50s and 40s. They were just mob-owned casinos, basically. And then Bugsy Siegel was like, let's go and make this place where there's a pool, make it a resort. It's in the middle of the desert. It's like 3 hours from Las Vegas or from LA. I'll have some of these movie stars come hang out. We'll have some of the people come out here and sing that are stars, and then people will come. Well, you know, he got whacked. He didn't fulfill. He owed the mob money. You know, it's just bad. But it got built. After that, they had the Sands. They had, can't remember all of the casinos. Well, I want to call it Harris, but I think it was called something else. But anyhow, Flamingo. That's it. Flamingo, Sands. So they only literally had 4 or 5 or 6 somewhat large casinos in 1960 with the Rat Pack. The Riviera, right? That's it. 6 big casinos on the corners, basically a half a mile apart. Still, nobody came in the 60s other than the Rat Packs there. So that kind of got it hopping, 60s, then the 70s. But still, nobody's coming. It's in the middle of the desert. It's 110, 120 in the middle of the day, 100 at night. Nobody's coming. Going over the pass, it's not happening. Then all of a sudden, somebody got this big brainiac idea and said, hey, you know what? Why don't we just start building casinos out here and see what happens? Build an airport, make a highway from LA all the way up here. Let's see what happens. Well, it worked. But at one time, Vegas was literally, you don't go there in the wintertime. There was no reason to be in Vegas. There was no reason to be there in March either. There's nothing happening. Now you fast forward to today, it's 12 months a year people go to Vegas. But it's built into that. It didn't originally, it wasn't that. So just think about it. That's what, don't fall victims to being a Bugsy Siegel. Don't build some big place. Don't go buy some place when you only know people are going to come for 3 months out of the year, 4 months out of the year. That's going to be an L. That's going to be an Airbnb bust situation, and you're going to be selling courses. Hey, how about that? That's a dig to you guys. I know you guys are out there. Yeah, come to my seminar. I know. Come on. Can't go wrong with 11 or 12 months. All right. Many things can look sexy in investing, but you must do the due diligence and know ROI. Exactly. And in fact, real estate is very easy, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to guess. So anybody who came to me and said, oh, Eric, you know what? I'm going to do Airbnb. If anybody came to me and said, I'm going to do Airbnb in Palm Springs, I'd be like, well, don't do it. Don't do it. You're only going to have people coming there generally January, February, March, April. After that, it's summertime. And then you sure have stragglers who do come hang out in the summertime. Let's call it what it is. And then you're going to have Coachella 2 weeks. What is it? October, I believe. You have a crowd of people, but it's over in Indio. Nobody really wants to stay in Palm Springs. Nobody wants to stay over in Desert Hot Springs. They want to stay by Indio. So again, you have a situation. So if somebody said, yeah, I'm going to get something here, I'd say, don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to have a problem, because soon as when summer comes, you're going to only be renting more than likely 1 week, 2 weeks. So if you want to call that an Airbnb bust, that's on you. But here in the SSN Nation, we don't tell people to do crazy stuff like that. I want you guys to win all the time from the time it's a set go. We don't want people who just bought a property over there in the middle of summer and they're like, man, my mortgage is $2,000 per month and I only rent it like $2,000 worth. And I can't charge $500 per night because everybody else around here is only charging like $200 a night or $175 a night. So therefore, you got to bring it down. There's no way you can win on this. So all I'm saying is wrong, wrong, and wrong. Don't do it. All right. Do your and you could find out the occupancy of cities based on whether it's a condo or a house, and hotel occupancy, which kind of almost, if you go by hotel occupancy, it kind of gives you an idea of what the occupancy should be. But short-term rentals is a whole nother ball game. And the ball game is, I'm about to tell you about this ball game for the Airbnb bust and why people aren't getting the rentals they should. My friend at Connor Pearl is renting 65 to 75 per night. I had a feeling you were going to tell me that, which I think is too low. No, but that keeps him at 90%, Victor Marrero. I told him to get dynamic pricing using something like Price Labs platform. He can pump it up 20 to 25 at least. Yep. And very good. He pointed out Price Labs. That is something you can do, dynamic pricing. I don't use them. In fact, anything that costs me additional money, I don't use. Bottom line, because if you do your marketplace, like Victor Marrero doesn't do his rentals in Orlando. But if you did your own rentals in Orlando, then you would know this week right here. Okay, first, let's just call it what it is. You would know Christmas and New Year's week, prime time. Once again, we're charging people $2,500, $3,000 per week for a 2-bedroom. All right. And not even at the high-end places like Margaritaville. I'm talking about Star Island. I have Christmas week, New Year's week at Star Island, which is a Wyndham property. It's a 2-bedroom. I charge people $27.99 for the New Year's week. Maintenance fees, $950. It's incredible, right? So this is exactly what I'm talking about. I raised the price up for New Year's, Christmas. The first 2 weeks of this year, 3 weeks in Orlando, generally nothing. But at the end of January and at the first week in February, there's conventions at the convention center. They have groups of people coming in. Dynamically, you raise the prices because people are going to rent. All right. Then there's other dates like February, the President's Week is coming. You raise the price. You know, when May comes, raise the price. Spring break comes, raise the price. In March, raise the price, right? You know the dates. July 4th week, that week costs more than the following week, but you still raise the price in summer, June, July, August. Then in September, it starts slowing down again in the middle of September. If you do it, see, I've done it myself, so I know which weeks are primetime weeks. And you know what I do? Because I don't have a condo, right? I don't have a condo where I have to worry about every week. Since I am in a partial share, time shares, I actually block out all the weeks. So I'm like, I just block them off. I don't really care. So I only allow where people can rent at the highest points. Simple. Because I'm not owning the unit totally 100%. So I get to pick weeks because I own multiple weeks, or I have points, or I have different ways that I can get it, make it happen. So therefore, I get the highest weeks. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? So that's why when you saw my stuff, 2017, whatever, 2014, you're sitting there looking like, how's this guy doing 20 G's a month? How's he doing 15 G's a month? How's he doing 25? How's he doing 30 occasionally? That's how, ladies and gentlemen, you own more than one, more than two, more than three. Sometimes, just like I said, you might be able to have 3 weeks, make $1,500 per week. That's $4,500. You see what I'm saying? That's why I always said when I was talking about Punta Cana, and remember, I originally got 2, right? There's a reason. There's a method to the madness. Because if you have primetime weeks, which there are, like in about 2 weeks is primetime weeks in Punta Cana. They have the Soul Festival, which they added some other things along with comedy now. So the whole like 17th, 14th through like the next 10 days is primetime. They're going to have like 10,000 people coming through there. So again, that's what you want, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in an Airbnb, because Airbnb is going to change their platform. Remember, they're on Wall Street. They're going to make some people, they can change up anything they want at any time. They're just looking to maximize their money. So, Andreen Miller's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wednesday night live stream. And she has the icon next to her name. Thank you so much for being here. And she says, hi, Eric, and good evening, SSN family. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Andreen Miller. And whenever I see Andreen Miller, this means we got to do the obligatory. This is the no guru zone, ladies and gentlemen. That's where you're at. The SSN Nation is the no guru zone. We do have the SSN University, SSN Academy. You're in it. And guess how much it costs? $0. That's right. Because Airbnb bust, we're not. All right. Andrew Miller, thank you so much for being here. Very, very nice to see you once again. All right. Yes, the Flamingo Hotel, Bugsy Siegel. Yes, that's it. All right. The old seminar, fake business, pull people in, free meal at hotel, then pay tens of thousands for next course. Exactly. The old adage. Oh, I make hundreds of thousands of dollars per year, but come check out my seminar. What the frick? I'm like, okay, I got you. Because quite frankly, I will say this, the information business is a lot more lucrative and you don't have to do as much. All you have to do is show up. You actually don't have to manage anything. You show up, you pick up a check, people order online, you get paid, somebody else ships the stuff out, you're good. So, I mean, that is another business model. It's just that I just take offense to when people tell me I make millions of dollars, but oh, by the way, here, pay $500, $2,000, $3,000 and come see me tell you to come go buy something in the back of the room. It's fucking insulting. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used that word. Might have kids watching. But all I'm saying is Airbnb bust, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's get down to business because I started this off with Airbnb Bust 2023. I'm making a video tomorrow about it. It won't just be this live stream. Here's where we're going to go next. I'm actually going to go with some of the problems of why Airbnb is some of the hosts are having problems. Let's go see what people are saying on Twitter of the low bookings. Airbnb hosts complain. This is from October. So let's see what we're saying here, right? This is very, very interesting. Now, I want to let you guys know, all you guys in Punta Cana or in the DR who bought something, this is not apply to you. It could apply, all right? Now look. They're so see switched up here. This is first. There's reasons that things have gotten out of hand. Here's one of the reasons, which is also in this list. So all you guys that are doing the Airbnb bust thing, one of the reasons, whoa, what's happening here? We're having some gremlins in the system once again then showed up. Reasons I'm just going to say off the top of my head, which is not really off the top of my head. It's this nonsense. What's going on here? It's nonsense that people are renting. They're getting housekeeping fees, and then they have a list of, hey, put the garbage in the garbage can, go empty it, clean up the place, fix up the place somewhat. Meanwhile, they paid a fee for housekeeping. That in itself is crazy. Why are you charging people for housekeeping? Why don't you just make it simple? Why don't you just include it? If it costs $150 a night, then you should just include it. And what are you doing leaving lists telling people, hey man, clean up your dishes, clean up and make sure you empty and off everything you left out, the cups or whatever, put them in the garbage, empty our garbage cans, vacuum. I mean, what the hell's going on? Hosts are doing that. Luckily, if you have a condo hotel, you have no reason to charge for housekeeping. Remember, Airbnb tax on their fee. So if you're acting crazy telling people, oh yeah, it's going to be $100 for housekeeping, Airbnb charges tax on another $150 at the end of their for their, let's say, 4 nights. That's an additional $250 plus whatever other fees are tacked in there, right? So the next thing you know, 4 nights is like $300 additional. You're charging them something like $200 per night. That's $800. Next thing you know, they're paying $1,150, $1,200. Meanwhile, your competition is saying, yeah, we'll charge you $70, $50 for housekeeping and no list of to-do items before you leave. So all of a sudden now, the other person, you have the same type properties, but the other person's property costs $950, $1,000, and yours costs $1,250. So people are going to go with the $950 to $1,000 price range more times than not. So this is one of the reasons why you don't go out here and you don't buy homes for $300,000, $350,000 and get a mortgage for it. you're over your limit. You don't have bargaining power if you owe $2,000 per month. You lost bargaining power. You're going to have to sit there and panic. You're going to be like, man, we owe 2 G's a month, and all we did was rent it out for $1,200 this month. And now you're going to start doing stupid stuff, charging more, nickel and diming people, trying to say, oh, yeah, you left this wrong, so I'm going to try and charge you a fee. All kind of crazy stuff. Anyhow, let's go look at this. Let's go look at some of this. Here's what people are saying. This is from Time Magazine. Wait, BuzzFeed. According to Insider, Airbnb bookings slowed down this past summer. And more recently, hosts have begun wondering aloud whether other owners are starting to feel the sting. Yes, we 50% the last 2 months. Airbnb bust is upon us. What's going on with Airbnb? No bookings at all. Of course not. This is what happens. After seeing the post, some hosts chimed in. 100% booked through December. This is all geographical and property quality. See, this is exactly right by TED Talks here at Mr. Bundy X. He's exactly right. So some people would go, he's 100% booked. Victor Marrero, 90% booked probably, or maybe even more for his December, for his Margaritaville, right? Location matters. But if you were in the freaking desert, you're not going to probably be 100% booked, right? If you're in Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, you're probably not going to be 100% booked in December. All right? Let's just call it what it is. So he's exactly right on this, ladies and gentlemen. Geographical and property quality matters. Remember, I've been preaching about this. How you, what furniture you put in your property matters. The way it looks matters. When I said don't put in that cheap crap, don't do it. Make it look very nice and welcoming. That's what you want. No clutter everywhere. All right? You want your guests to feel like they can spread their wings. They bring in bags. They bring in their little books. They bring in whatever. You need them to be able to put it where they want to put it. All right. Many expressed feeling that the site was originally a sustainable, wholesome idea. I'm just going to skip. But now it seems to them as though business has ruined the experience. All right. Here's the situation. I'm just going to call it what it is. When Airbnb first came out, again, I could have been an early investor in this. These guys were pitching it as basically, literally just kind of like a slumber party. Hey, we're going to have blow-up beds. It's fine. We're going to have it where people can sleep on the couch. Or if somebody wants to have it for their room, they might have a spare bedroom or something, and that will make it that way. That's all they were concentrating on. So, of course, people grow and they realize you can make money from it. So that's why you have people out here doing the unthinkable, getting mortgage loans to do Airbnb. That's cuckoo to me. All right? That doesn't make much sense unless you're in a high traffic location, high visitor and tourist location. It makes sense. But if it's not, don't do it. Like, for instance, if you're trying to do something in the Southeast, right? You're going to go North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, even Florida, and it's not Orlando and it's not Miami or South Florida area, you're going to have a hard time. You're going to be seasonal. So you don't want seasonal. That's the problem right there. You don't want seasonal. So you're going to have this situation where people are not going to be very happy because now people are turning it into a moneymaker, and that moneymaker, people are doing just what Wall Street does. Nickel and dime you. Oh, yeah, the electricity, you got to pay for it. So if you go to the DR and stay in an Airbnb, you're going to more than likely pay for the electricity. I can't blame anybody for that because electricity is very pricey. Because somebody's going to leave the AC on if they don't have to pay for it, right? While they're gone 12 hours a day. So let's just call it what it is. But a lot of people are just trying to do this nickel and dime stuff. And after you nickel and dime, you could have just stayed at a hotel that has free breakfast and has a pool and has a jacuzzi and has a fitness center and has a restaurant and has a bar, and it's in a location where there's bars and restaurants when you walk outside and other shopping venues, you're charging almost the same amount or more than staying in a hotel. That's not a good thing. So again, people turned it into a business, and they did just what Wall Street does. Start nickel and diming because you bought wrong, you bought it with a mortgage, overpriced, made no sense. Again, the sweet spot, $250 or less, and then you can pretty much charge whatever you want. But there's always a but for everything. Location matters. In an age where consumers are more interested in supporting people, values over corporations, renting from those dozens of property leaves a sour taste in their mouths. All right, what they're referring to is just what I recommend. My third home that I don't live in but use as an Airbnb that simultaneously disrupts the housing and rental markets and increases homelessness is just sitting empty instead of being a source of income for me. Wow. Lots of love, LMA. She has a third home. She says it exactly right. It's sitting empty, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine if you had a mortgage for that. That's crazy. I ran one for a week a few years back. Look at the couple's profile who ran it, and they literally own 20 plus apartments in central London that they were using just for Airbnb. That's correct. Turned into your own REIT. This is, I agree with this. If they're going to allow you to buy it, why not? Buy more than one. Now, again, London is actually seasonal as well. So I wouldn't have 20 apartments in downtown London. But London, if you guys, some of you have probably been there, London used to be where a lot of people lived. What actually happened is this Airbnb and Wall Street types bought up the properties, so they sit empty. It's incredible. So now these Airbnbs actually come in handy in central London. It's worked in reverse. Okay, they truly hate the idea of short-term rentals taking homes from those who need it. I know. Airbnb landlords are like, how come no one wants to book my house? Maybe it's because you evicted a family of 4, converted their home into a shoddy duplex, filled it with clearance bin TJ Maxx decor, and charged guests $200 for a cleaning fee, all because you don't feel like getting a job. Oh, that's cold. That's cold, Cinnabon. That's how people feel, ladies and gentlemen. So if people start feeling this way, they're not going to rent from Airbnb hosts. If you get enough people like this, all of a sudden there's a backlash because people are thinking, hey, you're the cause of home prices going up. You're the cause of homelessness. You're the cause of why there's a housing shortage. And quite frankly, it's true. All the above. Common theme centered around the price. There we go. Airbnb is such an archetypical, I don't know, little slice of capitalism. They could have stayed private and remained an affordable alternative to hotels, but instead they created experiences overpriced and increasingly miserable for everyone but a handful of renters. What's going on with Airbnb? No bookings at all. Oh, yikes. Has anyone seen a huge decrease in bookings over the last 3 to 4 months? We went from at least 50% occupancy to literally zero. It keeps going. Here we are. An $80 a night room can quickly turn into $250 stay after arbitrary cleaning and service fees are applied. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like standard on Airbnb now. People who own condos, again, we talked about cleaning fees and all that too. Cleaning fees are a thing. So now you're charging $80 a night. People stay 4 nights, $320. Then you tell them, oh yeah, cleaning fees $100. Now it's $420. Then you find out Airbnb adds on $200. So now it's $600. And in the meantime, people are like, well, wait, I could have just stayed at the whatever hotel that gives me all these extra benefits for the same $100 per night. $150 per night. So why am I going over here in a residential neighborhood to go hang out? Over $100 a night in fees, just not a reasonable proposition. What the F is a service fee anyway? If you're doing short duration than a week, the per night fees are just undoable. Cleaning should just be an expense of renting the place. I agree. So here's what the guy paid: 5 nights, $1,584, cleaning fee $195, service fee $251. Oh, occupancy taxes now. Woo! 5 nights has turned into 400 and some odd dollars per night. Damn. Again, you guys know if you're going to stay somewhere for $400 per night, in most cities even, you can stay in a nice hotel, 5-star generally, right? Not that, and you'll have your free breakfast, may even have your complimentary evening drink or whatever. This makes it very, very difficult if you're in this model. And oh, by the way, how can I forget? Let's talk about this here. How can I forget about this? Just what he's talking about. Occupancy taxes and fees are coming into play. They're taking 7 to 10 to 12% occupancy rates because Airbnb, they're making agreements where they're going to collect the taxes now for the host in some jurisdictions. Or in some jurisdictions, it's costing you an additional $600, $700, $800, $1,000 per year for the licensing and things like that we talked about on Monday. That's all being added, but this additional occupancy taxes, that goes on top to the renter. So that adds things up. You're going to pay occupancy tax at a hotel, but again, the guy he's paying 400 plus per night here. This is crazy. He's roughly paying $440 per night, including everything. And as we know, if I'm spending $440 a night, like I said, you're going to be staying in a very nice place in almost 90% of the cities in America. So why am I going to go hang out in a residential neighborhood and go to a freaking house, and now I got to leave the house for everything, when I could be sitting downtown at a 4 or 5, well, definitely 5-star location in the right place at the right time, shopping, restaurants, bars, clubs, whatever I want is right outside my door. That makes no sense. And of course, it makes no sense, and that's why people aren't getting. Here we go. For that figure, they may as well go back to staying hotel. Exactly. I could get a hotel room in the same town in a top-end hotel with a waterfront view, exactly, for $300 a night, and not have an extra $330 in fees. I haven't looked at Airbnb in a while. This is unsustainable. Exactly. And they show something. I'm not going to show it because as one user put it, hotels have amenities that can include concierge, cleaning, rooftop bars, restaurant, security, pool, taxi stand, and room upgrades for loyalty. Short-term rentals, on the other hand, have made headlines for hosts allegedly hidden cameras in rooms and refusing guests based on their race. See, all of this stuff has come up to is problematic. So when people say bookings are down, okay, there are going to be bookings down if this is what's going on out here. But you guys, we're not talking about doing this kind of crazy. Here's the other thing. They also expect you to clean dishes, throw out the garbage, do laundry, and then they say, should I also cook 3-course meal before I leave? That's funny, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're talking about here. There's an Airbnb bust underway. That's why these guys are all out here selling you these seminars, selling you these courses, buy my whatevers, because they already know things have went down a little bit in most cases, because they weren't teaching you guys out here to buy in high traffic vacation rental locations, not just buy some random house in a residential neighborhood where all the neighbors are like, hey, what's going on? Neighbor, hey, you got these people staying here. They partied till 3 a.m. in the morning, and there was people that came over all time of nights and days, and cars parked in front of our lawn, and we couldn't get out of our driveway. What's happening, man? What's going on? See, all of this stuff has led to regular old places that are not Airbnb friendly and were not designed for Airbnb short-term rentals. Almost as if you're an odd jobs freelancer, Airbnb checkout instructions are like, please feed the neighbor's cat and administer his heartworm medicine before depositing your key. That's funny. That's funny. Which I've personally never seen a part of a hotel experience. Never had a hotel greet me with the chores list. See, this is it exactly, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's going on in the Airbnb world. People are like, hey, even when I stayed in the DR, one of the ladies was like, hey, did you see that? Check the list to make sure all the glasses and plates and everything's there, because if it's not, I might have to charge you. I'm just like, this is wild, right? It's the cost of doing business. And when all the money has been paid, there are still some requests for more. I recently stayed in Airbnb. They charged $150 cleaning fee and asked you to take out the trash, do the laundry, wash all the dishes, and tip the cleaning lady. Tip the cleaning lady when I'm paying $150 and doing all the cleaning? See, this is exactly what's out here, ladies and gentlemen. People are not lying. This is what's been going on because they're trying to milk additional money out of you. It's crazy. Booked through the year and have had May 23 graduation days taken since February of this year. No cleaning fee in town, whole house. Not sure why people book places that charge so much. Exactly. That's exactly right. I mean, there's no reason. That's pretty much it. I just wanted to go over that because this is funny, hilarious stuff. Just letting you know, the bust is real. People are out here talking all their garbage, but I'm sitting out here telling you, if they're not in a high traffic location, they too are going to have a downside. And they too are more than likely going to be talking to you, talking about, hey, got my course. Check this out. I got an e-course. Buy this for my seminar, whatever. Come on. Don't get caught up in that stuff, ladies and gentlemen. You should probably listen to, we have Victor Marrero here, 90% occupancy with a high-end property, Margaritaville in Orlando. And he has management. And he also does 5 figures per month in profit. All right. That means over $10,000. All right. I'm just saying, this is who you should be listening to. You should not be listening to people who tell you to go buy a house for $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 and rent it out while you're on the hook for the mortgage. That's craziness. All right. That's too much. The house is $250 and under. Okay, I co-sign. But if once you get like 300, 400, now you actually have to rent the place. Your mortgage is going to be, could be, well, depends on the interest rates, but it could be $1,500 a month, $2,000 a rentals. And if you go 3 weeks without rentals, well, you're going to be breaking even or losing money. You don't want to put yourself in that situation and you have a 30-year note. All right, here goes something from Time Magazine. And I don't know if this was the right one. Too many rich people bought Airbnbs. Now they're sitting empty. Exactly. Because Airbnb is growing. It's still growing right now. But the fact of the matter is everybody and their grandma was sitting there in 2019, 2020, 2021 saying, hey, man, I got to make this extra money. So why don't we just go buy these homes? And because the interest rates were low, the mortgage companies were still allowing people to buy a second home with 10% down. Another red flag. Bad news. All right. Okay, there we go. We're back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're 1 hour, 24 minutes. Be bust, as we call it. So you guys, it's a little 45-second break tonight. If I can get, oh, I can't get back to it. All right, where's my screen at? All right, we're off. If you guys can hear me, it looks like my screen's probably going to go wrong. Let's see if we can get back here. Nope, we're frozen. We're frozen. I'm frozen now. This is not good. Frozen. Gremlins in the system. What's going on? Oh, that's cute. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you can still hear me, I don't have any way to get in. I have no way to get back into this. I don't know what happened. I have a problem. I'm going to have to log in on the back end and come back into this until this pops up. Let's go see what this is. We're stuck. Wow. This is interesting. So I'm going to go into the joint. Let's see here. Live. What is this? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we're going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to be, hold on, I got to get back in the screen here. I'm about to, well, no, I don't need to reload now. Let's see. Okay, there we go. 17. Here, let me get into this thing myself. Okay, this is cute. Looks like I'm back. Gremlins in the system as usual. Whenever we start talking, but you guys know something. I'm going to show you something right here. Remember when I played on Monday? I played the Vistacana. Check out this video. It's still the same. A lot of people weren't here, so you didn't get to see what's the fishing club at Vistacana in Punta Cana, the Vistacana Lake, Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. I was a big proponent of buying at Vistacana. I still am. It's beautiful. It's going to be upscale, I believe. It's everybody wins. Here we go. Check this out. right, ladies and gentlemen, just had to give you a little preview. This is in Vista Cana, their own man-made lake. One's a freshwater lake. That's the fishing club on its little island. That's right. Then they have a saltwater beach that they have, man-made lake. They're going to have 2 of them. This is inside Vista Cana. This is pretty special, ladies and gentlemen. And we have 30 people at least that own inside Vista Cana here. You got to love that, right? We have about 40 people total that own in the Dominican Republic and at other projects. That's how you do Airbnb. Already approved. The complexes are approved for Airbnb. The most amount of tourists in all of the Caribbean and the Latin American world come through Dominican Republic airports or cruise lines. Now, half of all tourists that go to the Dominican Republic, 4 million will be coming to DR in Punta Cana in 2023. That equates to roughly 100,000 tourists every week that's coming through those gates. Not all of them are single and solo, but if you have to do 50,000, 30,000 people are looking for a place to stay every week, they're going to be staying at your place. Victor Marrero already has said a guy at one of his friends at Cana Pearl is charging $75 to $95 per night for their 1-bedroom, 1.5 bath. Here's the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, so you don't have the Airbnb bust. This is why, if you're here and understand when I said do not buy anything over $250, you will understand he bought his for $110K. Do the math. Even if he rented his place out for $75 per night. All right? In fact, I'm not even going to do the math myself. I'm going to do it a different way. 75, and what did he say the occupancy rate was? 85%, right? So that's like 24 nights, something like that, if it's that rate. So if we do, I'll do 23 nights times 75. That's $1,725. All right. Let's just say he does that because he does 95. I'm just going to call it 1725 profit every month. Let's just say that's the case. All right. I took it off the screen, but we'll just say 1,800. So we're going to be at roughly what, 22,000, something like that. Let's go look. So I think it was 1725 times 12. What are we at? $20,700. Ladies and gentlemen, he bought for 110. So what do we do? Divided by 110. 18.7% return on his money at $75 per night, not the 90, not the 95, at 75. This is the power of buying low. You don't go out here and buy homes for 350, 300,000, 400,000, and 500,000, and then have a 30-year mortgage and sit there and say, "Oh man, what happened? I can only rent for 150 a night." No. This is why we put you in position here, ladies and gentlemen, for you to be a winner. We're going to have a stock bust. Fine. That's why we get dividend stocks. We already started off. Mr. Financial dropped some gems. I even added some gems. So it's pretty simple for the stock bust. You don't have to go down with the stock prices. All those right now who want to get some Tesla, it's too late. Tesla started going back up. You should have been buying when it was 105, 103, 106, whatever it was. Now, the liabilities bust, the cars, the boats, the planes, the RVs, all that is going to be cheaper in the next 3 to 7 months. People are going to be giving them away. All right. So I'm just illustrating again. My point is, if you buy at the right price, you can withstand hardly any rentals. This guy's doing cheap rentals. He's foregoing charging, let's say 125 per night, and then having a 40% or 30% occupancy. He'd rather stay around 85 to 90% occupancy by just simply charging 75 to 90. That's the sweet spot right now for him. And he bought at the right price. He didn't buy at 250,000, 275 or 300,000. 18% return on your money. I'm taking that all day, every day. You guys know we try to get 20%. So here goes a perfect example of this man doing the right thing. He says, I want to make 20%. What's my numbers? He does his numbers. He goes, wait, I can charge 75 to 95. That means people are going to do it because my counterparts who paid more, who paid 150 for their one bedroom, 175 potentially in some cases, they're charging 100 per night, 125 per night. He's saying, I'll forego that. I can deal with 1,700 profit every month and we're good. I'll take 18.7% every year, and knowing full well next year or the year after, he's going to be able to raise it up to 100 per night. And now all of a sudden he's doing 20% to 25% every year return on his money. You guys do understand in 4 years he has his money back. That's where we have you guys. Everybody under the SSN Nation program, you're going to have your money back within like 5-6 years because you're able to buy so low. Pre-construction, no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry in case people don't know what I'm referring to. All right, 1 hour, 37 minutes in. Smash that like button. And if you like what we're talking about, subscribe to the channel, please. Click the all notification bell. All right, let's see. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's see. I was talking so much. It's crazy. The old seminar, fake business, pull in free meal. That's right. That's the old fake seminar, all that. DR is returning to Futur 2023. I did see that today. I was just going to show that. Another tourism worldwide showcase to be held in Madrid, January 18th to the 22nd. They're there. And they're putting a lot of emphasis in the new Michi's tourism. Exactly. Michi's about to explode. Victor Marrero, I agree with you. Another hot spot. Gotta love it. Another, in fact, I don't know how to pronounce it. Jarakoba or Jabacoa, whatever it's called. Guys, I just got something today. I'm going to be talking about this, I think. 110,000 condos in the mountains. 110,000. They're going to have like eight pools. They have barbecue areas, like 3 or 4 barbecue areas, fitness center, but 108,000 for a 1-bedroom, 120, 130 for a 2-bedroom. It's in the mountains. It's going to be interesting. Airbnb price points are out of control, and that's worldwide. I looked into an Airbnb for Valencia, Madrid, Spain, and the charge was over $3K to $3.5K with extra fees for 28 nights. Insanity. There we go, Victor Marrero. Airbnbust is awaiting these people. Exactly my point. I'm like, if I'm going to be spending this kind of stuff, I'll just stay at a hotel. Crazy stuff. Speaking of that, did you find a place in Madrid? Let me know. I mean, I got reach. I have a little reach. Maybe I can get you. You're going to stay there a month? Good God, man. Hey, awesome. But Jesus, man, that's insane. That's ridiculous. In fees? Jeez. Then how much is the rent? Good grief. Is that going to be like 8 G's or something? Andrew Miller, welcome back from Mr. Financial. And Mr. Financial, in case I haven't mentioned, he has his own Chili Davis channel in the YouTube streets with 2 L's, CHILLY. Go check him out. Subscribe to his channel. He's part of the SSN Nation here. Airbnb at the current price points is not sustainable. I agree. If this doesn't change, people will go back to hotels. Exactly. Airbnb's purpose is to offer an alternative to hotels. Owners are taking advantage. See, exactly, Victor Marrero. This is the reason why things get out of hand. Wall Street does this. And as you can see, individual people get to be just like Wall Street. Greed always takes over. They're not sitting there going, hey, like, I'm going to tell you what I do, for instance. So, perfect example, CES show this week. So if the hotel charges, let's say on a weekend, 500 and let's say $9 per night, during the week they're charging 419 per night plus tax. But I know they have the tax, but I know Airbnb has fees, so it's an offset. So I just go by their price. Therefore, I know I have to charge less than 419 at the same place, right? So I got to charge 375 midweek, and then I'm going to charge, if it's 509, then I'm charging 499, 479. I think I charge 479 for us Friday and Saturday. So now the person looks online, they find out Expedia, Travelocity, Priceline, whatever, and they're looking at it going, man, this is going to cost me like, I don't know, 3,500 or whatever. And then they look at mine and it's like 2,900. That little difference of $500 matters. Or when they're all in and there's a $500 or $600 difference, that matters. And especially when it's the same place. See, this is why I like condos, hotels, and I like, if you're going to go standalones, condos that have amenities, because you're going to be able to charge less than the hotels, less than other condos who are going to charge the same thing. And now, just like I showed you that little Vista Cana Island, that fishing club, that little video is going to be seen, or pictures of this is going to be seen on Airbnb eventually. And what's going to end up happening is people are going to go, where's that? And then when you show pictures, it's on this little island in the middle of this fishing lake. Then they're like, well, wait, what's that other water over there? And they're like, that's a man-made beach. Then they're like, wait, what's that over there in the background? Oh, that's the Vista Cana Beach Club. All of a sudden, they're like, hey, what's that over there where I see like little bars? Oh, that's Yak's Lounge. All of a sudden, people start talking. And then when people stay there, they're just like, man, we had a blast. We went to all these places, and people are like, how much did that cost you extra? And they're like, it didn't. These amenities are there for everybody. And they're going to be like, what? This is cool. Yeah, they had music out there on the fishing lake club. They had music at the Yachts Lounge. Oh, yeah, hell yeah. And by the way, if they ever get that other stuff handled, the sports complex. But if you're staying in Panorama, then people are going to be saying, yeah, man, I was at the Panorama Luxury. We went upstairs to eat. Then I went over to Panorama Lake. I was sitting by the pool, by their lake, eating. Had a bar over there. Then they said, oh, we went to Panorama Garden and Panorama Park. And they had their own 12 pools over there, soccer field, all this stuff, amphitheater. All of a sudden, people start talking. That is valuable. You can't get that when you own a freaking villa in the middle of nowhere. I'm just saying. That's my point of view. So we're not going to have an Airbnb bust here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Victor Morrell hits it right on the head. Owners taking advantage, just like greedy people do. All right. 3-course meal and cleaning. This doesn't sound like vacation. Exactly. That Vista Cana clubhouse will be very nice, and it isn't even all finished yet. Any idea on how much will the club fees are going to be? FYI, we pay $166 per month at Margaritaville. That's cheap. That's pretty cheap for that high-end location. That is cheap. Victor Morrell, no mention. No mention yet, which is very interesting. I don't know what's going on. Quite frankly, there's no mention of it. Nobody's moving it. So we'll find out everything as soon as they open up Panorama Lake. Oasis del Lago, people live there, but those are villas. So I'm pretty sure they have their HOA that they're paying, but there's nothing else there. Panorama Lake, when the owners are there, they're gonna tell everybody what time it is. They're gonna say, yeah, we pay, I don't know, $80 for our HOA fees, but they're telling us that we can't go on the fishing club lake island, or we can't go to the Vista Cana Beach Club unless we pay whatever. So it'll all come out in the wash in about 7 months. We're going to find out. But no club dues yet. No HOA fees yet. We'll figure. For planning purposes at Punta Cana, I think it's safe to use 65% occupancy at $70 per night as a start point. That's over $1,200 per month. With their low HOA and fees, you'll come out on top. Exactly. I'm sitting there because, again, we're talking about $14,000 per year. So once again, if you bought 140,000 or less, you could have bought a villa for 140,000 or less 2 years ago, even last year. So you're still should be able to get 10%. And oh, by the way, Victor Marrero, if you've checked out Airbnb, see, I go by Primavera villas. People are getting 150, 175, 135, 100. They're not even under. Well, there's one person under 100, but most people are well into the hundreds. Those villas cost less than 125 grand. I mean, so if you can charge 1% of what you bought the property for, that's significant. And they are doing it. So no Airbnb bust in Punta Cana. These guys are doing the damn thing because you're buying it at the right price. So you can withstand $1,200, $1,100 a month profit. A month, we're talking about. We can withstand that if we bought the place for 125 grand. And we have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath villa. That's not hard. We have a investor hawk who bought his 143,000. He had a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath. He changed it into a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath for 143. And I did hear from him. He actually had that IDX thing, and he said it goes up 3% or whatever. So he had to pay 3% for his. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a villa next in that Brises location next to Primavera in that area, 143 for a 4-bedroom, 3.5 bath. So even he will still be good if he can get $14,000 per year. He's at 10%. And I think he can get more. I mean, it's a nice unit with the jacuzzi or spa or whatever's back there. So all of that works. Airbnb bust, you don't have to deal with it. But you guys, look around. If you have any questions on Monday, Wednesday, Friday nights live stream, you can hit me up and talk about this Airbnb further. But again, do not listen to these people. Do not go buy properties that are not in high traffic locations and in residential areas. I'm sitting out here a week ago. A friend of mine sitting there saying, hey, man, I want to come over, hang out in the ATL. I start looking up Airbnbs. And here's the problem that I just realized. I didn't even think about it because I never stay in Airbnbs in reality unless I go to an island and I know it's set up for Airbnbs. I never really stayed in the Airbnb in residential neighborhoods. But here I am searching, and I'm like, wait a minute. Is this neighborhood even any good? Because the people aren't showing the street. They're not showing an aerial view. They're not showing anything. And so now I'm like, wait, this is in this area. I think that area might be not such a great area. And then I realized, well, if he stays there, then where's the restaurant? Where's the activities? They're nowhere near. And nowhere near means a few miles away, 5 miles away, 4 miles away or more. So all basically you have for spending 130 or 140 per night is just the house. It was crazy. When I really thought about it, I was like, wait, there's no pool, even though you wouldn't be doing that. But I'm saying, I was just like, oh, hell no. So I just told him, I said, hey, man, just stay at the this hotel that it's a 1-bedroom, jacuzzi, spa, fitness center, free breakfast, and it's really a breakfast. Eggs, sausage, waffles, pancakes, oatmeal, fruits, everything. Not just some of this continental breakfast, full-on breakfast. So that's worth its weight in gold in itself. So, and then less than 100 yards away, is restaurants, bars, stores, shopping. So I was like, and it was under $100 per night. It's like, well, why would you stay at the $125, $150 Airbnb? Made no sense. And the cleaning fees added in there. Made no sense. It was just like, why are you going to do that when you could just stay at this place and it's a 1-bedroom suite too? Under 100 versus 100, closer to 150. Makes no sense. And that's why people are going to have problems with Airbnbs well, it's already happening. So once again, that's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour, 51 minutes in. So in case you're new here, thank you so much for being here. Share the videos, let other people know what we talk about. We talk about several different things. And I will have to play one of the SSN Lifestyle. Let's see what we're going to do here tonight. This one right here. Why don't we go? Well, we'll do this one here.
Come on, come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what you should be doing. After you get that passive income, the younger you are, the more fun you should be having. So get that passive income early. That's what you got to do, age-wise, earlier, the better, because you never know what's going to happen. And speaking of you never know what's going to happen, a perfect example is just what happened on Monday night with the big uproar. Damar Hamlin ran into the collision. Because of the collision, his heart said that short circuit goes out, cardiac arrest. You never know what's going to happen in life, ladies and gentlemen. So sitting around saying, hey, maybe tomorrow, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do that. You never know what's going to happen. So you might as well have as much fun as you can the younger you are. And you have ways to do it. We're giving it to you right now. The Airbnb thing I'm talking about tonight, mostly Airbnbust. Don't worry, we're going to have the Homebust coming this year. Home prices are already dropping. They're not dropping nearly as fast as I thought. The Federal Reserve is pussyfooting around. They're sitting out here trying to, just like today, giving out some minutes and talking like, trying to give people false hope. Meanwhile, they're going to raise the interest rates again, even if it's 0.25. So again, you're going to be able to buy a home in 2023. You got about 7 months. Don't buy before 7 months. See how this all shakes out. There could be a flood, a drop of 20 to 30% in the next 6-7 months. That would get us around 40% total. We want 50% total for the real deal. Now, if you want to buy a house after it gets dropped 50% and then try to turn it into Airbnb, I would like that scenario a lot better than paying these top dollars, $350, $400, $450, $500, $600, $700,000. That makes no sense. All right. So just keep that in mind. Liabilities are going to be bust. All right. That's going to happen. So at the end of the day, you're keeping your Vista County unit, correct? No, I'm not. You may have to go there in person to deal with the issue at the beach. Oh, the beach, man. That's a problem. Like I said, I'm taking an L, I think. That's going to be an L. In fact, I'm taking an L for both of them right now. Simply because even though Panorama said, okay, first of all, I'm not keeping Vistacana. The reason why I include myself in Vistacana still is simply because, Victor Marrero, you understand how real estate works. Just like what's going to happen on all the projects, somebody's going to pay in full. Then after they say, hey, you have 60 days to finance this or pay us cash, there's going to be a few people that won't be able to pay for their unit or get the funding for it. So on the other side, maybe I'll come back in on the other side, and yes, sadly, I might have to pay a little bit more, but I really love Vistacana. So, but I'm going to love Larimar, Ocean, or Cruise on Land as equal. But then nonetheless, I'm taking L's right now because Panorama still hasn't issued back any money. It's been like 4 months. So now I'm beginning to think it ain't coming. Beach is not even talking, not responding. So I'm feeling that's not coming. And by rights, okay, let me put it to you this way. By rights, they both could keep all the money by rights. So I can't be too mad. But like I said, I'm looking at some other things. I'm like, I don't want to get involved with that until, like, hey, if the Vistacana comes back and says, okay, they're not going to do it, but let's just say they say, hey, guest and everybody can go to the Vistacana Beach Club, can go to the sports complex, and can go to the equestrian center, which you can't. I already know they said no. And the golf, I already know you're going to pay whatever the little fee is. The golf's no big major thing to me. But when they say you can go to all those places, that's when I'll start saying, okay, I can get back. You can always get into Vistacana. That's not a thing. It's not like things are out of whack yet. Next year, things are going to be out of whack because Panorama Lake is going to be finished. The lagoons, that's going to be finished. Maybe even Panorama Park and Garden might even be finished. So there's going to be a lot more built up and finished. And after the next 7 months to 12 months, now it 2024 off limits. So in 2023, Victor Marrero, not only will I end up with, I think I'm going to end up with like 3, maybe 4 places. When 2024 comes around and your property comes around, I might have like 4 places in Punta Cana, or 2 places in Punta Cana, 1 over in Las Terranas, or 1 in the mountains. I like the mountains. There's a reason I like the mountains. But the problem with the mountains is I don't know what the occupancy rates up there in the mountains are. That's the problem. So we'll see. But I have my eye on Cruise on Land, Larimar, Primaveral, another Primaveral 4. But it all depends because I can't keep throwing money away, right? So, and all of these are going to be built not until, one set not until 2024. So Panorama Garden would have been built this year. I'm thinking late this year it would have been done. So I'd be making money late this year, next year, if I was able to keep it. But they've already agreed. It's pretty much a done deal. It's a done deal. There's nothing happening. George's Charles, welcome to the SSN Nation Wednesday night live stream with the icon next to your name. And he says, hey, money folks, what's up, money man? George's Charles, are you going to the DR in the next couple of weeks? I remember you mentioned it before. You going over there, checking out your Cruise on Land and whatever else you're going to be checking out. Cool deals in the DR. Condo properties under 150K seem to cash flow good. Exactly. You hit it right on the head. I missed a lot. Yes, you did, George's Charles. It's all good. We were talking about the Airbnb bust. What's going on with the beach? Nothing's going on with the beach. No, he was just asking me about the beach, about, that return of funds, which ain't coming. I'm pretty sure it's 100%. It's a wrap. They're like, not happening. Panorama, they were kind enough to say, yeah, Eric, here, you give it all back. Well, that was all talk. It ain't come back. So I could be taking L's for these. Already, the beach is it's kind of a big L. But who wants to spend $255,000 with an upside of possibly spending 300 G's for a condo? If that's going to happen, I'll take the 25 GL. I have no problem with that because it was going to cost me more than 25 G's, and I'll be able to buy another property that's less than that. So it'll all work out. No worries. Okay, for the mountains, I don't know how to pronounce this. In Spanish, it should have been like Caracoba, but some people, I think, pronounce it Baracoba. I don't know if this is the same place. You will get a huge influx of internal tourism. They have beautiful views with rivers and waterfalls. Yes, thank you, Victor Morel, for mentioning that. That's what I saw up in the mountains was the waterfalls. I was like, holy smokes. It's almost like Puerto Rico with the rainforest. I was like, I didn't know they had all this up here. This is awesome. But I don't know about the occupancy rate. Remember, the golden rule for me renting out, I need to be in a place where I don't have to beg. I don't have to reduce rates. I don't have to do something crazy to get people to come because people are coming regardless. I don't have to advertise. They're coming. So that's what I need to know. And when I find that out, which I'm going to actually be doing some research on, because here we go. Let me do this. Because when I was doing this here, this is how it all came up. I was just like, is this for real? And our boy, Mr. Estacio, he has something to do with it. They have the project Haracoba or Jap Baracoba, however you pronounce it. It should be an H sound, I believe. Here's how it all came about. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? No. Let's see. I don't know where I was. I guess I was on the main page. If you guys can see this, I was on the main page, and at the bottom, they had this. What happened? Let me see if it's here. Here it is. This is what I saw right here. Unique project in Baracoba, I guess. I don't Haracoba. It should be Haracoba, I believe. Here it is. 1 and 2 bedroom apartments from 119. And like I said, Mr. Estacio's company is the one doing it. And let me see. He might have sent me something back. Let's see here. Let me see if he sent me. It's called Elements. He did send it to me. Elements info pack, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah, it's on the screen. Oh, no, it's not on the screen. Hold on. I'll show you what it looks like. Here we go. This is Airbnb worthy, ladies and gentlemen, potentially. This is the Elements. And I actually have the PDF. So let's see. 1 and 2 bedrooms. It's in, okay, that's Spanish. No, I can't do it. Okay, so they're having all these little whatevers. $2,000 down, no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. Jacuzzi, kitchen, lift, 8 heated pools, 7 pergolas with barbecue, children's play area, game area with billiards, mini market. I love mini market. Baracoba. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Oak doors, modular oak kitchen, granite tops, imported floor, floor to ceiling windows, I like. Electric locks, I like. Elevator in buildings, I like. Electrical plant for the complete project, I like. Chargers for electric vehicles, I like. Pre-installation of EV chargers in parking lots, I like. Parking for visitors and buggies, I like. So far, so good. Starting at 119. I like all of that. It's not like amenities, but if we're in the mountains, we don't need amenities, but we need hey, I like the billiards table. I like the mini mart. I like the 8 heated pools. Now, that jacuzzi thing, I don't know what that means. I'm looking at some of the. Oh, everybody has a jacuzzi. All right, everybody has a jacuzzi, ladies and gentlemen. It's included. That's what they meant. How sweet is that? Yes, I have the PDF. I'm looking at it right now. Here, I don't know. Oh, let me show you guys. This isn't going to help you. It's very small. Not going to help you. These pictures aren't going to help. But everybody has a jacuzzi on the deck. 119 includes jacuzzi. All right, we got to find out more about this place. Here's some of the renderings. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Floor to ceiling. Okay. Very nice. Condo. Simple. Simple condo. Simple condos. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Here we go. Simple. This looks to be, if it's a one bedroom, this is going to be around 45 square meters, it looks like. Little patio, nothing major. Elements. That's what it is. Oh, hold on. We have pricing. We have pricing. Wait, what? Okay. Okay. Pricing. I'm trying to find there's one with a terrace and a swim up bar. 2-bedroom is 171. A home that's called Pueblo Vistas, 2-bedroom, 194. So 2 bedrooms are actually 171. I thought they were like 120s. Depends on the view. Oh, they have a 1-bedroom with a loft. That's the 128. So 2 bedrooms are like 170, ladies and gentlemen. I can't really show you this, but I'll try, but you're not going to see this. You can't see this. So there we go. This is in the mountains. I'm going to tell you guys something right now. I have to do research on this. Unless anybody knows about Maricopa, let me know. They don't have enough amenities for a 2-bedroom for 170. If you're going to spend 170, I'd rather get a Primavera townhouse for 180, and I know what I'm getting: the soccer fields, the basketball courts, the pools, the clubhouse, gated community, all that. I know what I'm getting for, like, if you're going to spend 170, 180, then you might as well get a villa or a townhouse. So I don't know about being in the mountains. Being in the mountains, it would have to be something special. I don't see anything special yet, but we'll do our research, right? That's what you do. If you're going to do Airbnbs, you have to do your research. You have to know the land. And we got to know we have pretty much 12 months or 11 months a year people are going to be there. All right, let's see. Let's see what else we got here. Yes, I'm waiting when they open office back next week, cruise on land and check out with the model. Okay. Wait, for real, you sure? Also, what is the status of when the beach will be ready? Hey, George's Charles, no, there's people right now that got their 60-day notice for the first phase. They have their 60-day notice. Some people have went there, and it triggered the 60-day funding, which I don't understand because I don't get it. The first phase, they don't have anything. The beach itself is not complete. There's nothing there. There's no pool. There's no hotel. There's no bars. There's no nothing. So I don't know how people in March are supposed to live there when there's nothing there. I mean, literally zero. So as far as when they're going to be finished, they have 24 buildings, 24, 26 buildings, plus they have the arena to build. That's not going to be this year. That's for sure. That's crazy. You can forget about beach, man. way behind. George's Charles, Victor Marrero, hi bro, are you still evaluating what to do on the Galaxy? No, it's a wrap. He's keeping Galaxy apparently. No evaluation. George's Charles, yes, I'm giving it a few months, waiting for my brother to close and see what happens. If I pull out, I won't be able to get anything that close to the beach for less than 300K. Victor Marrero, I will say this. If you were able to pull out, would they give you back 100% or 90% of what you put down or have paid? That's the question. That's the $1 million question. Now, I will always argue, since I've been doing this for so long, I will always argue, forget the beach. I would always go with the reason why I love Vista Cana is, and places that have amenities, is because you can always get people to stay at your place, and you can charge people more. You'll be surprised, even though the people aren't staying at the beach. So that's what I think is going to happen with Vista Cana. So we're going to find out, because what traditionally is going to happen is Vista Cana has all these amenities, for instance. The people that charge, like, I'll put it this way, the guy, your friend at Cana Pearl, he charges 75 to 90 and gets, what was that, 85% occupancy right now. A person that's staying in a 1-bedroom at the Vista Cana, they also will be charging 75 to 90 or more. They will be able to get the same. The beach isn't the thing, because everybody in Punta Cana can go to the beach. The beaches aren't closed as of yet. So once you're at the beach, there's always one thing, that there's a reason why the beach is not really my thing, is because all I have at the beach property is generally a beach, a restaurant, a bar, and then if I want to go do anything else, nightclubs, shopping, all that, I always have to leave. I can't, it's not like I'm going to be staying at the beach and I have all that stuff. So I'm leaving anyhow. And I'm not going to be at the beach every day anyhow. That's at least me. I'm not going to be at the beach every day. So therefore, if I'm only going to go to the beach like 2 or 3 days out of, like, if I stay there 10 days, then that just means it's not really that important. I'd rather be where I can walk out and be like, hey, there's that. I'm going to use Vista Cana tonight. I walk out and I'm like, oh, I'll go down to Yachts Lounge and get me a drink and a snack. But now when they build that up, I'll be like, hey, I'm just going to go over here to this restaurant or Vista Cana Beach Club, whatever the case may be. And they'll be like, I can get something to eat. I got snacks. I got bar. I don't have to go anywhere. If they make their commercial island, that means I can go shopping right here in the mini mart. So I'd rather be in that type of location. And that's why I love El Cortecito, because even if you don't stay on the beach, you can walk around, and El Cortecito has restaurants, shops, mini mart, pharmacy, all kind of things. I don't have to leave, except when we went grocery shopping, you have to leave. They didn't have a grocery, well, they had mini marts, but not a real grocery store. Oceana has solved that problem by bringing in a full-fledged grocery store. So now El Cortecito, Los Corrales, nobody has to leave that area. You can just hang out there because you have everything now. That was the last thing that was missing. And they added some restaurants as well. So that's what made Oceana pretty cool. They helped out the area by adding more amenities. So that's cool. That's why everybody loves staying there. You just walk around 5 minutes in either direction. You then pass 5 or 6 restaurants, 5 or 6 bars, mini marts. It's cool. So that's what I'm saying. And in fact, Victor Marrero, you know what's funny that you mentioned this is, you know, you can buy a 2-bedroom condo in Los Corrales for less than what you're buying that at Cana Rock, even though Cana Rock has hard rock, it has that cachet, but you know, we'll see what happens. George Charles, good idea. Let us know how it works out with your brother's closing. I can't believe his unit is available before yours. Something is off. George Charles, are you still interested in Primavera 4? No, not really. No, that's not. They're number 3 on my list. They're number 3 on my list. I'm not really. I'm more like if I had to choose today, then we're obviously looking at Larimar, Cruise on Land, and then I put in Primavera 4. It could be something else because it's not over. It's just begun. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, they're putting in that another airport in Punta Cana allegedly. Well, actually, it's not even allegedly. There's people talking about it, and that is going to be interesting. That means there's room for even other mega projects to come in and do something. What changed? Villas with all those amenities? Nothing changed. No, I can't do 3-4 spots. That's the problem. So I have to pick my next 2 spots very carefully because I'm not going to be able to pull out of these other ones because I'm already taking the L's. So I don't like taking big L's. George's Charles, which one did you get? Cruise on Land, correct? Yeah, he signed his Cruise on Land last week. 2-bedroom, fully furnished, penthouse unit, 137,000 or maybe 143, depending on how it works out. But still, 140. Let's call it 145 if they increase it because inflation goes up. Either way, 2-bedroom penthouse that sleeps 6, and guests get to use all the amenities. The man-made beach with restaurants, with bars, with shopping, the putt-putt mini golf, the tennis courts, the basketball courts, the paddle boat lake, and all of this stuff included. Water park included. Guests can go to the casino included. No barriers whatsoever. It's all inclusive. Just like a cruise ship. Once you're on the cruise ship, everything is there. Same thing. Cruise on Land, Primavera 4. So he's still going for that villa, looking at Larimar or Vista Cana. Yeah, those are the ones. Like I said, after look, you guys know how I feel about this. Vista Cana, it's going to start escalating. Probably this. I mean, what we could have bought for 120 is going to be like 180, 200. So that extra pay we're going to have to live with if I come back into Vista Cana, because I can't come back into Vista Cana right now. It's a wrap. I'm not paying monthly or nothing like that. They just said they're going to give me a refund. But like I said, that was 4 months ago. And then they're put the clock in starting 3 months ago. And then they're saying it's 90 days or it's already 90 days. I'm just like, what are you guys doing? You could have sold it for more. So what are you doing? But again, talk. So I could in theory take 2 L's. And right now I am taking 2 L's for both the beach and Vista Cana, Panorama Gardens. That's one of the reasons why I'm being very selective on whatever I do next. I can't be taking L's. I can't back out. It's 100%. I have to go through. I can't make my changes. And this time I'm going to deal with whatever. But there's like 3 properties that I like that make sense. Like Eric, I keep seeing Airbnb and Primavera Villa is still a nice commodity. The numbers don't lie. Yeah, you got that right. The Primavera 2 is what he's talking about. People bought their freaking 2-bedroom villas for 50 grand, 60 grand. 3-bedroom villas, 80 grand, 100 grand. And they're renting them out for 150, 125, 175 at Primavera, which has three pools are there. Social, so everybody can go. Basketball court is there. They don't even have their fitness center in and game room in yet. but they're still being able to charge over 100 a night for the most part. 150, 125, 175, in some cases 185, because they have a pool in their backyard, which is actually a jacuzzi in reality. It's not even a pool. So villas are renting more, I saw, than condos. Exactly. But at Primavera, they don't have the condos yet. So the Simon's Residences is in each one. So Simon Residences 4 is sold out at Primavera 4. Simon Residences 3 are sold out, but they're not done. So the villas at Primavera 2, they're renting for more than everything in the area. It's crazy. But they can do that. They bought them for under 125 grand for the villas. It's crazy. They get to win. I just find it fascinating that everybody that bought for under 100 grand, when they got their 2 bedrooms for 79, 89, 99, 1 bedrooms for 59, 69, 79, 89, 99, everybody's win. They're going to win. Everybody's going to win. They can charge $70 per night and still win. Still get 10 to 15% return on their money year 1. Year 2, when more tourists are coming, you can raise your rent because everything's going to be in demand. In fact, why don't I just quit talking about it? Airbnbust. This is what we do. People use AirDNA. AirDNA. I saw one of their videos today. These guys are bullish. They're giving numbers. They're saying we have more hosts. We got additional hosts every month coming in. I'm like, yeah, but tell me how many hosts are leaving and how many hosts aren't getting any bookings. That's major. Those are the numbers you really need to talk about. I don't really care if there's 14,000 new hosts every month. How many hosts are leaving every month? How many hosts have 0 bookings every month? Let's talk about that number. All right. So that's the real deal of this whole thing. All right. So here's what we're talking about. I'm going to go a little deeper, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I'm going to keep going with it. The Airbnb bust is here, but I'm going to go into something that a lot of people don't even bother to pay attention. All right. We do this all the time. So this isn't new for everybody that's been here in the SSN Nation. We're over, right? Numbers. Late. I'm going to sit here and this month. Print these. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. This is part of your research. Once this comes up, which apparently, if my screen goes out, I will be back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, if I here can tell what's going to happen. Screen out. All right. I do. Have down below description. Hit the button. It opens it up, and you can get free. You want Bitcoin? That's also down below. I'm about to be my A here. If you hear me. All right, guys. It looks like I'm back. Okay, you know what? In case you guys didn't hear me, I realized actually I've been blaming the gremlins. I probably should start blaming my computer. I probably need to start cleaning some stuff off. So I think that'll be one of my chores that I'm going to do. So here's what we're going to do first. This is right. We're going to go Punta Cana right now. All right. Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. And I'm going to use a perfect example. We know the Soul Festival and a holiday is the 13th. Okay, I'm not going to do it that way. We're going to do the 12th through the 19th. All right. We're going to have, okay, here's the golden rule also. This is not a hard and fast rule. It's okay to buy a 1-bedroom, sleep 4. But if you can, buy a 2-bedroom. That's the ideal because it can sleep up to 6 because you have 2 bedrooms and a sofa sleeper. That's the ideal scenario. All right. So then if you want to go a step further, you want a 2-bedroom penthouse because you have a terrace. So you have an extra open area up top. So that's the other real ideal. And that's why you go cruise on land. 106. Actually, George's Charles can help me with this. I can't remember the new price, but I believe it's 167, was it? 170,000 fully furnished 2-bedroom penthouse there. That's a hell of a deal. That's buildings 3 and 4, I believe. It's somewhere in that ballpark. So anyhow, I put in January 12th through the 19th because I believe the Soul Fest is that weekend. And I put in 5 guests. So now we're going to have a mix of villas and a mix of condos. Now, they have these new filters I'm not a fan of. But Cana Rock, Victor Marrero, $89 a night, 2-bedroom. All right, let me see if you guys can see this. Let me do it this way. Get the screen a little fuller. Here you are, Victor Marrero. Everybody that owns a Cana Rock, you can see what you're going to be charging. This is what they're charging, $89. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Let me go look at this. Punta Cana Soul Fest 2023. Let me go look at this. I don't know the actual dates. It used to be the last week. Let me make sure it's this week. I'm pretty sure they changed it to this weekend. And the 15th through the 18th. All right. Ludacris, Ashanti, New Edition, Anthony Hamilton, Jodeci. That's interesting. Okay. So it's more of a hip-hop fest. Hip-hop soul fest. All right. There we go. So, Victor Marrero, this is what you have to look forward to, apparently. This is during 5,000 people are going to be staying here or coming to this Soul Fest for this week. So, come on. It doesn't stay on the same screen. So here, I'm going to show you. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a little research. Now, this is at Cana Rock. They sell 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 2-bedroom penthouses. I don't know if it's 3-bedroom. They have different buildings like Cana Rock Space, Cana Rock Star, Cana Rock Condos, Cana Rock Galaxy, just to name a few. Cana Rock Terra. They're all there. Cana Pearl, already built. They have 2 or 3 projects already within the casino gate. All right, so here's what we're looking at. On a 2-bedroom, the pool is $89 a night. 31 reviews, 4.87. That's one hell of a deal. This could actually be, this goes along the line, hosted by Salazar. This goes along the line of Victor Marrero. Notice the Cana Pearl, he told you 75 to what, 95 a night for his 1-bedroom. This guy's also within his range, 89 a night. Now, people see the 1-bedroom for, let's say, 75 a night, or 2-bedroom for 89 a night. It will depend. If they have 5 people, they're going to take the 2-bedroom. This person has 31 reviews, so he's probably got a nice, and he charges a cleaning fee minimum of $60, as he should, because it's only going to cost him $30. So he's charging a cheap $60. That's it. So the person gets to stay for $680 for a week. Now, remember the 2-bedroom. How much was it originally? Was it two? Well, actually, this isn't fair. This isn't Galaxy or Space or Terra or nothing. This is Rock Condos. The 2 bedrooms, Victor Marrero, I think they were, weren't they like I think they were like 170, something like that. Still under 250. And even if he's only going to get 680, oh wait, he gets 620. He's going to get 620 minus 3%, 18. So he gets around $600. If he's doing like 3 weeks, then hey, that's $1,800. If he gets $1,800 per month, okay, he's going to be at over 20 G's. He's going to get more than 10%. Now, this is, and Victor Marrero owns here, and this is why I always say Victor Marrero when I'm talking about Counter Rock, but actually it's to everybody. Here's one of my things. When you don't have enough amenities, and when you have to pay $25 to go to their beach club per person every day, if you want to go to the beach club, I mean, that's not really necessary. But the thing I'm trying to say is there are no amenities other than the beach. And then on site, they have a pool, a fitness center, a restaurant, I believe, and 2 bars, I think. That's all they have right there. So now when a guest wants to go shopping or anything like that, they have to leave the premises. That's not a good thing in reality. But if you can buy under 250, then therefore you have an opportunity to get your 10 to 15%, and actually over time you'll be able to charge more in rent. But I'm just illustrating this, and the reason why I had a good experience there. The spot is very nice. Owner actually walk you through. Excellent, great stay apartment. Okay, everybody says it's nice when they stay there. All right, that's not the issue. Here's what the issue really is. I'm going to go show you guys something. Punta Cana Hard Rock. Here's the issue. I have Punta Cana Hard Rock over here telling people that they have to have a 5-night minimum or 4-night minimum, and watch what they're charging if there's even anything available. Let's go see if I can show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. So traditionally, the reason why Cana Rock was high on my list originally in the top 5 is because I thought owners would be able to use some of the amenities within Hard Rock. So if that would have been the case, then that would have been a crossover. But the fact is, you can't use the amenities at the Hard Rock. You have to spend $125, $110 per person per day. And that's what the change when we find out they didn't allow that. So the reason I'm here is because I'm going to put in the same dates. So you guys, it'll be apples to apples. I put in the 12th through the 19th. All right. And I'm going to put in 5 adults. Here's the thing. Traditionally, when you see this price here, you're probably going to be like, wait, what? That's crazy. Now, remember, it's all inclusive. Okay. Remember, these prices are all inclusive. So let's see if what we get. What we see is what we get. Oh, I see where we're at. You guys aren't going to see it. Let me do it. Let me get it down here. So here we go. This is what you get right here. Okay, what's happening? Doesn't like it. Okay, here we go. going to do this, but okay. Total 0. Oh, wait. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We'll just check out the 18. And the concert and everything's over 18th, I believe. The next day. Slow. So yeah, it's definitely my computer that's messing things up here, ladies and gentlemen. But here's my point. If the Hard Rock, here it is. Look at this. $1,200 per night. They don't have a minimum? Oh, they do. 2-night minimum. 3-night minimum in some cases. Oh, we're not going to be able to meet that. Oh, wait, maybe we are. Oh, okay, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly my point. Oh, no, we can't do it. It's a 3-night minimum. So we can't stay here. 3-night minimum. Okay, you guys see these prices, right? Even if we go to February, that's $1,000 a night for 5 people. I'm just going to go, I'll just go to a different area since the prices are damn near the same. So they have 100,000 visitors coming to DR, Punta Cana area, January, right now, this week, the next week, the next week. Hard Rock is taking advantage. They got 5 people. Let's see here. We apologize. Not available, man. They're damn near 100% occupied. Jesus. They're like 95% full, as I expect it to be. This is incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing available. I can't even show you. This is crazy. Okay, 25th. We'll go 25th through the 27th, maybe. Holy smokes. $1,372 per night. This is when the Soul Fest used to be. No, not available on the 26th. This is getting ridiculous. We can't even find prices. All right, that doesn't work. 27, 3-night minimum. None of this is working. You guys see this right here? People are spending $1,000 per night. Can we get some rooms here? 3-night minimum. They're having a 3-night minimum right now. This is incredible. 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 3-night minimum. Prime time. All right, this is a good sign, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say, this is a great sign. This is beautiful. 3-night minimum by Hard Rock because they have the people booking their place up. They generally have 24 nights booked. If this comes up, again, nothing's coming up. This is incredible. All right. All I can keep going. I'm not keep going. We're not going to be able to pull this up. We're not going to be able to pull this up. This is incredible. All right, to prove was if they're charging $1,000 per night for these two to stay at Hard Rock, I 500 half price, 400 per night, at least. If I have a 2-bedroom condo that has a kitchen and it's an actual condo, not inside the hotel units, even though the hotel units are very nice. So the question is, that's the disconnect, because any other location, if they would have allowed you to use the premises, then you would have been able to charge $500 per night, $600 per night, while other people are spending $1,000 per night for the same thing. The villa, I can't tell where it is. It looks very nice. 4 bedrooms. It's up here. It's up where Hard Rock is. It might be. Let's go look. I don't know this section. All right, I'll keep trying to find, but I don't know this section. 304. Oh, is that Cocatel? I can't tell. Service for A+ is included. All right, whatever. Service fee Airbnb is included. Okay. 4.69, 32 visitors, 304 a night. If you want to see it, we'll go do it. The reason why he's asking, because he's got that 4-bedroom, 4.5 bath. Is that what it turned out to be? Inside Primavera. So if that's it, again, 200 and get $2,000 per week, and 2 weeks rented, 50% occupancy. If you can make that profit $4,000 per month, if you can get 50 G's a year, 40 G's a year, and you only bought it for $260, you're over 10, you've got 15, 16, 17%. I like that. I like it. Private beach. That means he's in a community, but he's only charging $304. To give you an idea, this looks nice. That's some, yeah, very nice. Very well done. Very well done. Guarded territory for golf club. Day pass. Where's this at? For the special price? Oh, this is like Villa Fortuna, Villa Bueno. This is interesting. I don't know where this is. Very, very interesting. Day pass. Just an ordinary, very nice. Didn't put in clutter, made it nice, and everything's nice and neat. Very well done. Oh, we got security. Here we go. Oh, this is inside of an all-inclusive spot. Very nice. Very, very nice. Golf course, very nice. There you go. They're only charging $304. Interesting. 304. 304 a night. Yeah. Weekly discount, $3,000. Okay. There it is. No, $2,000, because that's what he's going to get. 3%. Yeah, roughly $2,000. That's why he has a lot of. And what he bought it for, no idea. I'm not familiar with this area at all. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Airbnb bust. You want to check? No. Get pre-struck. Stuck. All right, ladies and gentlemen. I had to get out of that. Stuck again. Okay, Eric, 3 4-bedroom villas. Yep. Okay, let's see here. What's this now? What's this? I see the Galaxy as an extension of the Hard Rock since it's right across from the lobby. I think even if I include day passes, I should be able to charge the right amount to be profitable. Speaking of that, Victor Morera, I already ran the numbers. It's not possible. It's not possible. The reason why I'm saying this is, remember, the day passes are $100. Remember, if you have 4 people, that's $400. You're not going to charge them, and you can't charge $400 per night. So there's no way you can make it work. It's not possible. So unless you know something I don't, where the day passes are $25 or something, but even then you can't charge $200 per night. I mean, it doesn't appear you can charge $200 per night right now. So I don't know how it's going to work, because everybody else is charging like $125 for their 2 bedrooms, $140, or in fact $100 a night. I don't know how you're going to get into the 250s, 300s, and then if you have 4 guests, you're not going to be able to afford it. You can't pay $100. That's what the passes are. There's no way. Originally, I thought you would be able to charge, if it cost $1,000 at the Hard Rock or more, I figured you'd be able to charge $400 or $500. So then you could have made it kind of work, where you would have said, okay, 2 days, I'll give you 4 passes. That could have kind of thing. But there's no way you can make it work if you can only charge $200 a night, $250 a night. And I don't even think you can charge $250 a night at this rate. And it's not really an extension. Even if I'm across the street from Hard Rock, soon as I walk into Hard Rock, they say, hey, where's your wristband? And they're like, oh, you can go to the casino. You can go eat at these 2 restaurants. That's it. So you have none of the activities that you can use at Hard Rock. So all you're doing is just walking through, going to the beach. Well, walking around the building, going to the beach. That's it. And then once you get to the beach, it's like whoop-de-doo. It's not like you can go into the Hard Rock section and go start eating, drinking, and being merry. It's not like you can order a drink because you don't have the wristband. So I don't see how. It's not really an extension to me. As far as your guests go, it's not going to be an extension, because somebody's got to pay if they want to go in and use the water park. If they want to go in and use any of the amenities within the Hard Rock itself, they have to pay, or you're going to have to pay. So let me know. I don't know what you have in mind, but again, $100 minimum is what it's going to cost each person. Even if there was only 2 people that stayed in your place, that's $200. And they're not going to be able to go every day. I don't think you're going to foot that bill. $1,400 for if somebody stays a week. I don't think you're going to foot that bill, because you can only charge them, let's say, well, you can't charge $400 a night, so you can forget that. So all I'm saying, I just don't see, I don't see how you're going to be able to charge enough to cover. Not at all. Victor, at this point, bro, considered opportunity cost. You have been missing on for going on 5 years. Yep. I want it to work for you, bro. Yep. 4 bedrooms, 5.5 baths. There we go. Okay, that's his villa at Primavera 4. He actually added the 5th bathroom, and the 4th bedroom was already there, because it's the maid's quarters. Is a bedroom. So it was already 4 bedrooms, 4.5 baths. Now it's 5.5 baths. Can sleep 10 and maybe even 11 or 12. So in those rates, we're talking, 150, 250, somewhere in there per night, maybe even more after it's built. So that works out very well. But again, we're talking Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, pre-construction, where you can still buy 1-bedroom condos for under $100,000, where you can still buy 2-bedroom condos for $150,000 or less, where you can still get condos that have amenities within the project, and you can still buy downtown 2-bedroom condo at Aurora for $170,000 that has a 35-seat cinema, fitness center, restaurant, bar on site with pools, a few amenities to mention, on-site parking downtown under 170 grand for a 2-bedroom. So there's still a few gems still left. That's called Aurora. So just keep that in mind. Now, Victor Marrero owns at the Margaritaville. He's very, very spoiled. He's very spoiled because Margaritaville was built to have guests want to stay there, specifically built. And they're also a high-end product. So it's the best of both worlds. So when people come in, they expect top-notch quality, but he has a cottage or a villa there. And that top-notch quality allows them to get great rental prices because everything's included. There'd be a big difference if all of a sudden they said, hey, we're going to charge $100 per person to go use these amenities. All of a sudden, people are going to be like, have you lost your mind? There's no way. I'll just stay at the Hard Rock if I'm going to spend $100 per person per day. I'm not going to stay here. So it makes no, so you have these choices and get all the amenities and never have to worry about we're only going to be here for certain hours. It just gets crazy. And you guys saw it's $1,000 right now. And it's actually happening, ladies and gentlemen. The demand in the area has kicked up that even the Hard Rock is charging $1,000 per night when you put in 5 people. I think I put in 5 people. That's $7 grand a week. So Victor Marrero, that's where the problem comes in. If they can charge $7 grand for 5 people and all you get to charge is $700, or I'll be generous, $1,200, $150 a night is, oh, you know what? I won't even, let me do this. Why don't I do this? Because people are like, Eric, you're just running around with some numbers. I'll do it this way so everybody can see, because this is actually what we're talking about. We weren't talking apples to apples. So I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to go show some apples to apples so everybody understands what we're talking about. So just so I set this up for you, just like if I owned at any project in Tacana, like Panorama, to competing with each other for guests. Now, available, we could potentially have 500 2-bedrooms available, potentially have 200 2-bedroom with lofts available, and we could potentially have 100 villas available because they have all of these inside Vistacana. So the problem is it's going to be not really a problem, but your guest. So inside Vistacana, we're not by the beach. We don't have a Hard Rock. But what is inside is a man-made beach and a fishing lake, a freshwater lake, and other amenities that your guests, well, let's just say for all intents and purposes, guests are going to be able to use. I don't think they will be. There are going to be fees, but we'll see. But the point I'm trying to make is there is no place outside or on the premises that is charging $1,000 per night. So we're not going to be able to charge $400 or $500 per night inside Vistacana, but you may be able to charge $150, $175, $200. So let's go back here where we're on the Hard Rock premises, and I put in the 12th through the 19th. We know the Hard Rock's charging $1,000 per night, January, February, and March. Now, I'm going to go here to Cana Rock because this is disappointing that these guys are charging $89 a night, knowing the Hard Rock is charging $1,000. That's the story right there, Victor Marrero. That's the story. Okay, I'm trying to hone in here. It looks like there's only one. Well, it is next week. Oh, here we go. That's what I was before. I was like, they have so many units there. I was like, how's this possible? Here's the thing right here, Mr. Marrero and everybody else. Even with our hotel being sold out damn near, and people are willing to pay $1,000 per night. Look at all of these units available for that week. And you have to keep in mind, it's also Martin Luther King weekend. So there's a holiday on the weekend. Not only, and they're running their Soul Fest through the week, 15, 16, 17, 18, I believe. So think about that. And to have all 7 nights available for the whole week with all these units, 89, 140, 84, 113, 110, 190 is the most expensive. And this is H&H condo. It's brand new. Okay. They're trying a higher price. They're allowed. But notice, look at here. Everything is 99, 89, 128, 89, 117, 99, 93. There's just nothing that indicates that you're going to be able to get $400 per night. And when they add Galaxy, Terra, and Space, that's just going to add 300 more units possibly for rent. This is where the problem comes in that I'm referring to. Most people don't look at the Hard Rock being right here and the beach being right here as the sole factor, because they're going to have 5,000 people at this event in 2 weeks. And people they don't want to spend $99 a night. Seriously? When you can be on the premises and walk to the venue, that's crazy to me. So this tells you there's a problem, inherent problem somewhere, because there's a disconnect. These should be sold out. There should only be a few of these. But the fact that there's still $97 here, $99 here, and there's probably even more units. And they're on the golf course even. 122 here. This doesn't bode well. Because once again, here's Cana Pearl, 97 a night. Doesn't bode well. This doesn't bode well for me. I don't like seeing these numbers when I know the Hard Rock's charging $1,000 per night. That's not cool. Here's the beach. Somebody's trying to get a penthouse unit, 128, brand new. They're reaching for the stars. The guys that have the 20, he's doing 122 a night for the week. 2-bedroom, 3-bath, luxury pool, golf course. Okay, we saw this one earlier. Cana Pearl, 1-bedroom. He's 93 a night. 2-bedroom. They rent it out 3 times, 117 per night. Nothing here indicates, even with the Galaxy, nothing's going to indicate that you're going to be able to do 250 per night. Well, maybe in 2024. I don't know. But right now, if it was built, you couldn't put 250 a night on here because, as you can see from our research, there is no 250 a night. There's nothing more than 190, with the majority of people falling between the 89 up until 125, 130. So there's plenty of rentals here. Too many to be exact. Here goes another 2-bedroom, 84 per night. This is probably a 2-bedroom. This is at the Star, probably 140 a night. But he's not going to rent that when there's an 84, there's an 89, 2-bedroom next to the pool. Here's another guy, 167. He's up at top, but why would somebody? It doesn't make any sense. I can just get a 128. We're still staying at the same place, right? 122, staying at the same place. 89, staying at the same place. 102, staying at the same place. Cana Rock Condos, Infinity Pool and Beach, 102. So I'm just saying, this leaves you in a hard rock, between a rock and a hard rock. Even when you get closer to the water, there's still 93, no biggie. Cana Pearl, 99, 1-bedroom. Cana Pearl, 122. I don't remember what that is. 183, don't know what that is. 95. Again, great ratings, but not $300 a night. These are nice. 108 Golf View, Hard Rock. I mean, nothing indicates here in 1,000 a night. That's discerning to me. I'm going to tell you right now. I told you before in Napa at the Vino Bello, we have this similar situation when they have the one of the concerts. They have sold out everywhere. So for their 2-bedroom unit, they're charging like $1,200 per night. I charge $850 a night. People saving $400. Any other time, I can't charge $850 per night because they don't charge $1,200 per night. So that's why it's discerning. It's concerning to me when I see, knowing the Hard Rock can charge $1,000 per night, and I'm only having people charge 20% or less. That's crazy. That's not a good sign. And unless they change their ways, most people who buy, I can't envision somebody buying a $340,000, $370,000 2-bedroom at the Galaxy. That's what they're going for now. And then turn around and rent it for $125 a night. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. A person that buys under $250, you're still going to be fine, but this is way out of whack. And like I said, I would have hoped that Connor Rock would have said, you know what, I'm going to let you guys in, but everybody has to buy at this higher level. $350, yep, you have full access. But we'll see. All right, Victor Morero, his thoughts. He says, yes, I see what you're saying. I was thinking doing something by tiers for so many nights you get X. But yes, I will need to be creative. Yes, I don't think you're going to have a spot. I mean, I'm being negative on this. I just can't see. I mean, I just can't see any way to pump up the price to make it work. Like you can't charge $200 a night. Like right now, you can't charge $200 a night. Everybody's under you. There's nobody charging more than $190. So therefore, I clearly can't charge more than $190. I think it's in the marketing. I don't think Connor Rock operations folks are really leveraging the proximity to the Hard Rock. That marketing director should be fired. Agrees, something not making sense. Yeah, exactly. But Victor Morero, there's nothing. It's in stone. There's nothing that can be done. This is why I got upset about Vista Cana. Same thing. If they come up with their harebrained scheme that when guests stay there, they have to pay for golf. Okay, understood. If they all of a sudden say, hey, if you want to go to the sports complex, it's going to cost you money. And if you want to go over here to the Vista Cana Beach Club, it's going to cost you money. If you want to go out here to that fishing lake, it's going to cost you money. That's a problem. Because now it's nothing special to stay there. You might as well just stay anywhere, villa, any condo, anywhere, because you can go pay anywhere. You can go pay at the Caribbean Lake Park downtown. Right? You can go pay for that tennis court and basketball court that they have downtown. Well, actually, they're free. But all I'm saying is all the amenities you can go pay for somewhere else anyhow. So then it doesn't matter. I might as well just stay at Primavera at my condo over there. But then we have amenities. But then you can pick like the Woods. George's Charles knows what I'm talking about. You can pick the Woods condos that have no amenities other than a pool, because it only costs $50 per night. If I'm going to be paying to go to work out, I'm going to be paying to go to the restaurant and bar. If I'm going to be paying, I can do that anyhow. So that's nothing special. So all I'm saying, I just can't see how you can't market your way into it, Victor Morero. Like I said, your Margaritaville got you spoiled, man. Quite frankly, it's got you really spoiled. Because that place sells itself. It's doing exactly what I'm talking about. They charge X amount for their hotel rooms. Then the amenities that they have is included, and the amenities around the property. And so now if somebody wants to stay there, There's no alternative. That's the thing. It'll be just like your villa. You know the hotel charges, let's say, $400 a night. So you know your villa, you can charge $500 or $600 per night because you are upscale, up level from the hotel room. It's the same thing, but that's not how the Hard Rock's working. It'd be just like it's working in reverse. It's crazy. It's almost like the hotel's charging, let's just say the hotel charges $400 a night. And now you have your cottage or villa and you're going, okay, I'm charging you $100 per night. That would be crazy. That's what they're doing at the Hard Rock in Punta Cana, or how their deal is arranged. And I just don't see how you can upsell that. There's no way you're not going to be able to get $300 a night, $350 a night. There's no way. Even in 2024, I don't think you'll be getting $350 a night because the numbers don't lie. Let's see. Here's what we got. He's saying Margaritaville was like that initially until people found out about it. The rest is history. I'm hoping it will be the same with Galaxy. We could rent to extended family of those in the hotel. Yeah, but Margaritaville, Victor Morero, you gotta call it what it is. Margaritaville, the guest always could use the amenities. Remember, the Hard Rock, you're blocked. So again, Margaritaville would be totally different if somebody stayed in your unit and then they found out, oh no, you can't use the pool. You can't go over to the restaurant. You can't go use none of this stuff. People would be like, okay, fine. And you wouldn't be able to charge $400, $500, $600 per night, or $300, $400 per night either. Because people would be like, okay, we don't have usage. You got to pay a day pass per person. But Margaritaville is not like that. So it's not even the same. Now, if Hard Rock opened it up, then it would be like it. Then everybody would be able to charge more. Now you're talking that $1,000 per night, people would be getting $500 a night, $600 per night, $700 per night for their two-bedroom penthouses. During the whole freaking January, February, and March. Can you imagine that? Man, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome as hell. All right. We will see, though. In 2 years, we'll find out. We'll keep monitoring this. We'll see. Who laughs? I don't know how to say all that, but welcome to the SSN Nation Wednesday night live stream. Very nice to see you. Might as well sleep in your camper truck and save your money. Hey, very good points there. Very good points there. I can't say he's wrong. Thank you so much for mentioning that. I can't say he's wrong on that. But yeah, Victor Morel, you're going to be up for a long road. I believe that first of all, Hard Rock's not going to change their policy. You see the numbers. First of all, everything I'm talking about is what all the hotels know. They're looking at this going, we got 100,000 visitors every week coming, and you can see what Hard Rock's doing, $1,000 per night if you got 5 people with you. Man, 7 G's a week. Man, Hard Rock is nice, but 7 G's a week. You know what forget the all-inclusive part, but now they have the water park there. They have other stuff there. This is why cruise on land is actually going to be more valuable. So cruise on land is going to be more valuable than Cana Rock. Why? Casino, restaurants, bars, water park, basketball court, tennis court, pickleball courts, wedding venues, and again, man-made beach, a couple of man-made lakes, amphitheater. They're going to have concerts at their spot, recording studio. All of that adds up. All of it adds up. So let me show you some that's very interesting. Check this out. You guys, right? which are villas, which are also gated, but they're not by the beach. So here's the same thing. Here's everything, the trend, everything doesn't. Just gonna, when you see excitement about the very when this pops up, oh, come on now. That's, that looks better. Trying to switch trains up. It's not coming up right. Still All right. Well, I lost all you guys as I was talking about the Airbnb. I'm on a separate screen, so I didn't know how long I lost you guys. But again, I was actually showing several different things. I moved over to March, and in March, I was showing where here you are still at 85, 97, 93. But what I was showing was I went all the way down here and I was showing, for instance, Primavera, which people are sleeping on because you spent 80,000. If you would have been there in 2019, 2020, you would have bought a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for 80,000. If you'd have been there in 2020, 2021, it would have went up to 100,000. And then late 2021 into 2022, you had to spend 120, 125,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath villa. But look, they're charging the same or 150, 152 for these villas. Brand worst case scenario 125, 119. So it looks just like, but there is no beach nearby. There is no Hard Rock nearby. This is Las Brisas, 180. That's also probably in Las Brisas. But here's $181. This is one of those 2-bedroom units, 2-bedroom L's. This thing costs like 60 grand. So they can charge 81 per night. That's crazy. Here goes 134. Probably 3-bedroom, 2-bath villa. Yep, Primavera again. 134 a night. Again, 125. Worst case scenario is what they bought this for. More than likely around 100. So just letting you know, this is in March. May 8th through the 15th. Not even March. I didn't realize that. Nothing in Vista Cana available. Interesting. Wait a minute, maybe. Let's see. Cana Rock, 171. But it's way off in the wrong location. So, but I know why they did it. This 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 257 per night. Here you go, George. Oh, 4-bedroom, 4-bath. Where is this? Oh, this looks like Oasis del Lago. This is in Vista Cana. That's their biggest unit at the time. There's not too many of those. Yeah, this is in Vista Cana. Now, Vista Cana, the price should increase over time. That's for sure. But again, way too many units available. 134. What's this? 3-bedroom villa. San Juan Lakes. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes it. I'm going to wrap up because I can keep going all night about this. All right. Well, thank you, Victor Marrero, for engaging with me, even though I don't have the most positive things to say because the numbers right now aren't trending proper. I'm seeing way too many people being able to charge 125 and under and still available during 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people that's going to be here, even during February, March, where there's going to be 100,000 visitors per week, and there's no upside to it. And I understand Margaritaville is a whole nother animal. That's a 5-star resort. That's open to everybody who stays there. They're not wristband up. Whole different ball game altogether. And they're all inclusive too. So it makes it very, very interesting. All right. Well, we're going to wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours, 21 minutes. I went way too long. Airbnb bust, stock market bust, home pricing dropping bust, liability bust. This is going to be the transfer, ladies and gentlemen, on your watch. Are you going to be ready? Please go look at the links down below in the description. There's free stock options. There's ways to earn free Bitcoin. There's a program where you can buy an NFT and set it and forget it, one-time fee, no monthly payment. So there's several different things you can do this year. And one of them is buy a home, 2023. Later, after July, You have to wait till at least July. So somewhere between July 2023 and July 2024, that should be the spot. And you should be able to buy homes, hopefully at that point, 40, 50% off of what the prices were 6 months ago. So we should be pretty good. And then you'll appreciate when they drop the interest rates. All right. So with all that said, 3 hours, 22 minutes in. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I love you guys. Hopefully you'll see us on Friday night at 8:50 p.m. It's open to everybody is the chat room. So make sure you get here and share the videos, because you never know what we're going to be talking about. But it damn sure will be how we're going to be making additional streams of income or extra money coming in. So hopefully I see you there. And with all that said, please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. And I know it's hard out here, but we're going to keep moving and grooving, and we take our L's. I'm taking some L's with my pre-construction flip-flopping. Should have stayed at Vistacana potentially, but again, I'm a little salty. I don't want my guests paying to go use amenities that I'm already paying HOA fees for. Or at least I thought I was paying HOA fees for. But nonetheless, we'll find out how it already shakes out. But there's other projects that potentially, well, are better. Cruise on land, you roll in. Water park, casino, amphitheater, basketball courts, tennis courts, pickleball courts. Agriculture, meaning they have their own little farm and they have their own little mini market where you can buy and buy the fruit. So therefore, on-site, man-made lake, cruise on land I'm talking about. This is a project. The prices are still priced right. Fully furnished, 4-bedroom penthouse unit is $250,000. Sleeps 10 people. With a room on the terrace and a full bathroom on the terrace and a barbecue grill. And a jacuzzi, fully furnished. That's the price. That is going to be major. I did say casino. I did say water park. Your guest gets to use the casino and water park. They don't need wristbands. They don't have to pay. That's going to be very, very pricey, ultimately. You have your own man-made lake with restaurants, with bars around there. They have their own little shopping area, commercial zone, on site. General public can come in and use the water park. General public can come in and use the wedding venues. They have seating areas. They have their own little, what do I want to call it, walkway, boardwalk, with little food places, with the ice cream, with the little sandwiches, little snacks. They're all there and people can come visit. And that's what we want. I need people to come from outside the gates into these gates and pay, so my HOA fees are low. And that's why their HO fees are going to be low. They have people coming to use their services. I'm glad they can use them. Beautiful. And by the way, every complex has its own bar, swim-up bar, and lounge area, and pools. Children's pool, adult pool sides also is there. Every complex, there's 12 of them. Each one has their own bar, own snack bar, own liquor bar, own children's pool, own little playground, child's play area, all of that in each one of the complexes. So all of that, the guests get to use, the guests get to hang out. No questions, no worries. They don't have to pay. Do you know the value of that? Concert coming at the amphitheater over at Cruise on Land, because they're going to make it 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 people. They took our advice. I think they're going to make it big. I said, you got to make it bigger than the one at the Hard Rock. So you can imagine if they have 7,500 people, 10,000 people at their amphitheater. Now, do you think how much you're going to be able to charge when they have, let's say, the Soul Fest in January over there, and they have 5,000-6,000 people. You don't think you'll be able to get $400 or $500 per night, walking distance with all the other amenities? Let's talk about Larimar. Larimar is the same way. They are committed to a 10,000 seat arena, not arena, but a convention center / concert, amphitheater, whatever they're going to do, 10,000 seats. They're committed to 5-star hotels on their property. 3 5-star hotels have already committed to being on their property. They have restaurants, they have bars, they have a shopping center, a mall, they have a university, they have a hospital, all within their property, calling it Larimar City. We haven't even gotten into the other stuff. They're going to have a casino as well. They're going to have world famous chefs, restaurants there. One's already signed up. There is no escaping what's going to be out there when 2025, 2026 comes. People are going to be like, okay, you can stay at the beach all you want to, but I'm going to be staying over here at Larimar, Cruise on Land, or Vista Cana type properties. And people are going to say, I have all this stuff that I can do there. And I don't have to pay but $300 a night, let's say. $200 a night, $250 a night, whatever the case may be. But if you buy now, Cruise on Land, the most expensive thing is $250,000 for a 4-bedroom penthouse that sleeps 10. With jacuzzi, fully furnished. That's it, $256, fully furnished, out the door. So, and everything else is less than that. So if you get a 3-bedroom that's not a penthouse, then it's less than that. I think it's 209 or something. If you get a 2-bedroom with a penthouse, I think it's 167, 170 fully furnished, something like that. So, I mean, that has all the amenities there. People are going to want to stay at these locations. When they hear about stuff, which is the whole thing, they're going to hear, hey, wait, what's this? What do you mean you have a recording studio? Oh, yeah, that would be Cruise on Land. Okay, let's stay there. What about the wedding venues? Cruise on Land has 3 of them, 4 of them. Okay, let's go stay there. And our wedding party, let's stay there. Then there's other people who's going to say, hey, what about that 5-star hotel that has bungalows over the water up there at Larimar City that's going to cost $4,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 per night? People are going to say, that's upscale. I like that. And the mall's up there. And they're having concerts up there. And they have restaurant, bars, and nightclubs up there. We're going to go stay there. I don't think you're going to be charging $99 per night. I'm just saying it's going to probably cost more than that to stay up in that area. So all I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, Airbnb bust for some people. Other people are going to have Airbnb money down the line and for the next 20 years when you're in a growth city, just like downtown Miami, Lofty Brickell. All right. That's downtown Miami. If you can get into one of those condos pre-construction, I would highly suggest you get in. Yes, you're going to have to pay 80 grand, 120 grand to get in, but the value that the property increases is phenomenal. You could buy something for a studio for 400 grand. It's going to be worth 600 or 700 by the time they finish it. We've already been through this with Nativo. It was 324,000 for a studio originally with Nativo. All the studios now being built are $450,000, $500,000, which now means Nativo's value has already went up $100,000 to $150,000, and they haven't even broke ground on the other ones. So this is what's happening because there's high demand for downtown Miami. And Miami overall is international city, tourist all the time, 365 days a year, tourists are coming. So just like Punta Cana, same thing, and Dominican Republic in a whole, same thing. People are coming. 365 days a year, people are coming. So all I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, no barriers to entry on any of this. So there's no Airbnb bust for us. This is all going to be gravy. And even though I was talking about Victor Marrero's property over at the Rock, the fact of the matter is he didn't buy his property for 380, 390, 370 like other people would have to do. He bought for under 250,000, which is the break point. So even if the worst case scenario happened where he's charging $125 per night roughly and only gets like $900 a week in profit, he can sustain that if he gets to run it out at 80, 24 nights a week. So if he's able to get his $3,000, $2,500 to $3,000 a month, he's still going to be fine. That's $36,000 per year. So he's still going to be over 10% based on his numbers. He's going to be more like a 15% return on his money. And it's going to go up from there because each year, as they get more and more tourists to come in, that means the demand comes up. That means you'll be able to raise your rent. So eventually they could be at $200 per night, which now means that's a whole nother ball game. Now we're talking about a 30% return or something. That's crazy. That's awesome. But once you get into the 350s, 370s, 400s, now you're only talking about under 10% return for years. Okay, that's cool, but why even bother? I can get dividend stocks for 10%. Give me my JEPI for 11.78% JP Morgan and call it a day. If you want to go with safe. So all I'm saying is there will be no Airbnb bust on my watch because we don't tell people to buy villas, condos in the middle of nowhere for no doggone reason. And in the hopes that, hey, hopefully we get some renters to come in here because, you know, it's a hot place. People are coming here for 3 or 4 months during the year. That's not the idea, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to get Airbnb properties, make sure people are coming 11 out of 12 months. You can live with a slow month. You can live with rainy season, but people are still coming. What just happened this year at Dominican Republic, that bodes well for everybody who invests in Dominican Republic. 700,000 visitors in September, 688,000 visitors in October. That is on par with numbers during the high season. July, which has the humidity, 700-some thousand people came. That is on par with the January, February, March, and April numbers. They're changing the landscape there where this is Orlando of the Caribbean. They're literally going to have 12 months a year, ultimately, when they add Kathmandu, when they add the convention center downtown, when they add the other hotels, restaurants, and Larimar City, Cruise on Land, and all this stuff, people are going to be there all year long. So buckle up. Don't fall for the Airbnb bust. Just don't fall for the misinformation telling you to buy a villa or condo in Anywhere USA. You don't buy Anywhere USA if you're going to do Airbnbs. Because then you too would be here on YouTube talking about come to my seminar, give me $80, give me $100, give me $1,000 because I'm going to have a speaking engagement instead of collecting your money and having a party every damn week or going wherever you want. You're not going to be busy doing seminars. You're going to be going around having fun. That's what I want for you guys. That's how it should be. All right. So unless you like doing YouTube, like I love helping people. I've been doing this for 30 years, helping people, trying to help them just for free, just like I'm doing now. You don't need to pay me. Although people say, hey, Eric, I'll pay you. I'll do this. People, yeah, they do favors for me, but I generally I don't tell my friends or people that I help, it's carte blanche. It's just good karma. And also a rising tide lifts all boats. If you can get hundreds of people making $50,000, $75,000, $100,000, $200,000, that just changed more than just those people. It changed about 5 to 6 to 10 other people's lives as well, because sometimes it involves you hiring other people. Another person's able to eat off of what you have created. So that is the whole thing here. So when we're doing Airbnb, we're making hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. That also means we're spending money going, whether it's going around helping people or whether we're actually bringing help, hiring somebody to do house cleaning, which I don't have to do, whether it's trying to just generally be like, hey, I have tickets for this. Why, here, go. Simple stuff like this change lives. So that's what you want to do when you have income coming in. You don't want to be doing seminars. You don't want to be sitting around here saying, hey, come here, give me money for my seminar when I told you I just made $10 million with Airbnb. I'm like, what type of stuff is this? This is craziness to me. If I told you guys I made $10 million with Airbnb and then I turn around and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to have a seminar. You guys are going to have to pay $1,000 per person for 2 days to come hang out with me. Sure, you guys would say, okay, maybe I'll learn something from you. You're not going to learn anything that you already don't know. You know what you're supposed to do. You know you're supposed to, when you get a place, you're supposed to fix it up based on guests. Make sure your beds are nice. Make sure the furnishings are nice. Make sure your pots and pans are nice. Everything is nice. You don't want to clutter the place. You don't want to do all kind of crazy colors all over the place. You want to make sure you have the best linen. You want to make sure you have the best comforter, the best things that matter. You want to make sure you have it. It's not rocket science, because most people are used to staying in hotels. So as long as you compare yourself to an upper echelon hotel or higher, you'll be fine. Everybody knows what a nice hotel looks like. This isn't very hard. You don't need to pay people to do this. All right. You know how to do research, just like I did a little tonight. I went to Airbnb. You can go to VRBO. You can go to Vacasa. You can go wherever you want to go. Go look up in your area how much they're getting rents for during high season. That'll tell you don't have a reason to have visions of grandeur. If you are sitting here right now, like we just did tonight, and we know for a fact in March, if I own a villa at Primavera or in that area, I know I can rent for $150 a night. That's it. $1,000 less my 3% from Airbnb. So I get $1,000. If I can do 2 weeks, I know that's $2,000. I know that's $24,000 a year profit. So does it make any sense for me to go buy a $500,000 villa if I know I'm only going to get $24,000 a year? No. But I damn sure will buy a $140,000 villa if somebody tells me I'm going to get $24,000 per year, because I'm going to get 15%, 18% return on my money with an upside. As more and more people come, as the amenities come, and as the overall Punta Cana region gets larger and bigger, all of a sudden I'll get to charge more money. So now I'll be making 25% return every year on my money, then 30% return. That's where we're going. That's where I want you guys to be. Not just Punta Cana. You can be in Miami. You can be in the Philippines for all I care. You can be in Costa Rica for all I care. But you better know your numbers. Don't just sit here willy-nilly, listen to these people going, go buy a home in the middle of nowhere where there's only 4 months out of the year that's prime time, and now you're sucking wind the other 6 or 8 months a year. You don't want to do that. All right? I'm adamantly against that. All right? All the guys here who bought at Punta Cana, who, listen to me, Victor Morero bought in 2018. So he was already on the path. Other people, that we have over 30 people who said, hey, Eric, I saw your video. I went over there. I bought something. All 30, they're all winners because their property value has increased. The rental, they bought so cheap that they can charge even $70 a night, $60 a night in some cases. We have people who have 1-bedroom units that cost $79,000, $80,000. So all they have to do is make $8,000 per year, which is $800 per month. And when you really start breaking this down, which actually it's $700 per month to make $8,000 per year, $700 per month. So now you're saying, okay, Eric, $700 is only 10 nights at $70 or $75, or is it going to be 20 nights at $50 a month? So if it was $50 a night, they're still going to win, because they should be able to get at least 10 to 15, 20 nights if they're going to charge that small of an amount in a place like Vistacana, which is going to be unheard of. I don't think it's going to be that cheap. But the point of the matter I'm trying to make is they get more than 10% return on their money, and they'll charge $50 a night. They're still good. This is what I'm talking about. I went into monologue mode, so we might go 4 hours here. If you're still here late, smash that like button. If you like what I'm talking about, subscribe to the channel. But I'm preaching a little bit because this is crazy what's going on out here. I didn't realize this information people were getting and then tying themselves up, buying these homes. Homes cost money. I saw another video where somebody had an Airbnb bust. She's real famous too. She has like 2 million subscribers, 1.9, 1.8. She bought the house, and because she has all these subscribers, makes money on YouTube, substantial money. She doesn't care that she's taking an L for the Airbnb. She's taking an L because it's in the desert. I don't know who thinks this is a good idea to buy property in deserts, but she did it too. She goes, I lost money. I'm taking L's, but it's okay. I'm just going to turn it into a family getaway house. I'm like, you don't want to be in that position, ladies and gentlemen. Not all of you have 1.8 or 1.9 million followers, and you're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars a year or a month from YouTube. All right. You don't have that luxury. All right. Not everybody can do that. So she took an L, admitted she's taking an L, unlike other people. And this is what we don't want for you. So if you want any other information about Airbnb, search on my channel. And like I said, watch the video at the beginning because I actually showed you guys I have 1099s and I'm showing mine. This isn't smoke and mirrors. I'm showed my 1099s from 2014, 2016, 2017 because the video was made in 2019. And I said even then, that's the last time I'm going to show my 1099s because if somebody starts really thinking about it, they're like, wait, those three together shows $1 million in revenue. Right? Before people thought Airbnb was the shit, right? So that's what I was doing while everybody else is sleeping. All right. So I've been doing this long before Airbnb came along. So again, this is why I impart some of this knowledge on why I think certain ways. I could be wrong a little bit, but generally I'm not going to be wrong because this is how I based purchasing and getting what I got for my areas because it was trial and error. So when I say I owned Westgate Smoky Mountain, I did because it was free. Somebody said, I don't want my Westgate Smoky Mountain. I said, it's a 2-bedroom. It's on the mountain. It looks over the mountainside. Oh, yeah, cool. Then I find out over the course of time, oh, wait, okay, summer's great. And fall, when they have the leaves changing, great. The rest of the time, you might as well just charge $50 a night because nobody's there. And nobody's coming for even $50, $75 per night. And I can't charge $50 or $75 a night either because it costs too much, which was zero. But what I mean is there's maintenance fees, there's fees, HOAs, whatever you want to call it. You got to pay fees, so you can't really charge that low. But there's nobody there to charge or take your place. So you learn from that. Branson, Missouri, for instance, hot spot at one time. Not so hot when you're trying to rent. People only wanted to stay on the weekends when the shows were. Hardly anybody wants to come during the week. So again, that changes up the dynamics when most people want to come for like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, leave Sunday, or come on a Friday, Saturday, leave Sunday, or come for Friday, Saturday, and leave Monday, or whatever. That changes the whole dynamic. So your unit's sitting empty every Monday through Thursday, generally, every week. Even if it was on the water. I had a place, Indian Eagle Indian, whatever, in Branson on the water, perfect. And this was years ago. But the fact of the matter is you learn from your mistakes over time. And in this case, we don't want you learning on the fly. So therefore, this is why I give you guys the information so you can pick out where you need to be straight out the box. So you're winning straight out the box. You're not going to be sitting there finding yourself on a lake trying to rationalize, oh, it's on the lake. It's a 2-bedroom, has lake view. And how come it's not renting out even at $95 per night, because it's a seasonal situation. There's shows, there's reasons people aren't doing it. And even if they do it, they're only going to rent for Friday and Saturday night. That's not going to do well for anybody on Airbnbs. All right. So I've done all the mistakes, which actually the only way you would know something is by doing it and finding out. So when you pick certain things, like I'm trying to think of any other L's that you would do based on somebody saying, here, Eric, this is free. Because that's literally the only way I would do stuff, is when people would give it to me. So then I would be able to take the experiment and figure out how it's done. So this is some of the places. And like, for instance, Lake Tahoe, well-known place. Same problem. Right now, snow. Prime time, January, February, March. Soon as April comes, April, May, nobody's there. Ghost town. June rolls around. People start coming back. But then July, August, damn near 100%. But then after September, when they have the motorcycle event, okay, September, October, November, December, nobody's there because there's no snow either. So basically you have 6 months out of the year, 7 months out of the year sometimes, nobody cares to be there. So you can't charge $300 a night. But right now, for my 2-bedroom, I can charge $399 per night, $400 and something on the weekends. All right. So you guys can figure out these numbers. 4 times 5, right? 2,000. 5 times 2, 1,000. So somebody pays $3,000 for the week. It's simple numbers. HOA wise, cost me around $1,100. I think it's $1,150. Something like that. So it's $2,000 for every time I get a week done, or the equivalent of 7 days. That's profits. So now you start understanding how somebody could show you $20,000 a month, $15,000 a month, $25,000 a month, because if you have places in Vegas, Tahoe, coming up, Sundance Festival, 2 units at Park Regency, people pay I can't remember what it is, $300. It's $299 a night during the week. Then it ends up being charge them like $350 or something like that. So once again, we're talking about something that's $850, just so you guys get an idea, right? $850 is how much it costs me, but I get to charge these people I think it came out to $2,500. So we do this twice. That's 5 G's, $1,600. The difference is 3 G's. So now you guys are already giving you guys some numbers, right? So you already know 3 G's profit already for CES. You're already seeing like another 2 G's profit. I believe it was 2 G's for Park City. It's probably more than that, because it's 1,600. 3 G's for that. So we're at 6 G's. And then we have Ridge Tahoe, another 1,500 or whatever it is. So you already see we're going to be at 5. It'll be over 10 G's profits, right? Pretty simple. And I didn't even hardly do anything. Next month, waste management in Scottsdale. I have 4, and you guys are going to hear this. People don't give you details. I'm going to give you details. 4 reservations. This is going to be funny as hell. 4 reservations. February 8th through the 10th is Wednesday through Friday. 2 reservations, February 8th through the 10th. The cost is roughly $250 for me. I'm charging one person $950. Another person is paying $850. All right, you guys got the numbers. Pretty simple. $1,700 and some dollars revenue. It's going to cost me $500. So right there is $1,200 just off of that. The second 2 people, they're going the 8th and covering through the 12th. So now the weekend kicks in. The weekend, get this, $1,000. It's $500 per night. So now instead of 1,700, it's 2,700. Remember the 500? That 500 now costs me 600 and something more. So it's like $1,200. But we have an extra thousands of dollars on top because 2 units is $2,000, $1,400. So again, another $2,000 to $3,000 in profit just for these, what is that, 8 nights? 12 nights on 1 week, one little 4 nights, 2 nights week. We haven't even gotten to the Arabian Horse Show. We haven't even gotten into the March with baseball. We haven't even gotten there yet. So now you guys understand why the numbers you saw at the beginning on my thing, it's easy, exponential, always have more than 1 unit, right? So that's why when baseball comes, when people are staying a week and they're willing to spend 7 nights for a 2-bedroom and they're saying $3,500, no problem, $3,900, no problem, and that only cost you $1,000. So you're doing like, you guys can do the numbers. You're talking about $2,500 to $3,000 profit. It gets crazy. And when you have 4 or 5 units, now you see, you're like, okay, now I get why he has the 12,000, the 20,000, the 15,000 per month profits. And that's why I tell everybody, if you can get 2 units, get 2 units in Punta Cana, get 2 units in Miami, get 2 units wherever there's going to be high probability of people being there. But when you can pick and choose where you want to be, that gives you more leverage. I'm not holding paper like all the rest of these people. I'm not holding mortgages where I actually have a fixed cost every month. I just pick the highest rated places, so I make it available to people, and I have those dates already locked in. I don't owe for any other dates. So my profits are smaller. And yeah, nobody else is doing this. I get it. It's my own little creation that I told my friends about, and they've been doing. I told them to do a different way. This is why I'm one of the most dangerous people in America, and that's another story I'll tell you about another time. Well, never actually. But the point is, when we talk about this, I'm going to keep riding with this. If anybody has any questions, it's almost 4 hours. Smash the like button because I'm giving you guys some information that a lot of people don't think about because they're all Johnny-come-latelys as far as I'm concerned. All these guys have been doing Airbnb for literally 2 years, 1 year, 3 years, 4 years maybe. I've been doing this since 1990s. All right. We used to put our stuff on eBay. eBay charges $75 to list if you had any rentals. $75 is fine. You charge somebody $1,500 even with Airbnb, they're going to be $50 to $60 fees. So it was no big deal. But at the time, eBay used to have on their front page, they promoted vacation rentals on their front page. So that's why it was major. All you had to do was post up, people would rent from you. So I've been doing this a long time before Airbnb even showed up. So that's why I know all of the hot spots, the easier spots. So when somebody says, hey, Eric, they have the street vibrations in Reno, Nevada, first week of September. Reno, Nevada, typically not a good place to rent. So if somebody says, hey, I want to do an Airbnb in Reno, Nevada, forget about it. They don't have enough events. They have a few, and one of them is the chili cook-off, and one of them is street vibrations. But unfortunately, that's only like 2 weeks. And the casinos aren't what they used to be, so they don't bring in the people that they used to bring in. But the point is, those 2 weeks is prime time. So as long as you have those 2 weeks and you have a 2-bedroom, then you're going to make money, but you can go in and get those and get out. Get your $2,000 or $3,000 in profit, you're good. So as long as you can pick all these little pick and choose, but if I owned a condo or a villa in Reno and tried to do an Airbnb, you're going to be sucking wind. You're not going to have a good occupancy rate. You're going to have a lot of empty nights because, like right now, is not prime time. There's hardly any events. It's not like there's snow there. It's not like there's a ski resort there. There's nothing there. So once you understand all these little nuances, then you can figure out, you're like, okay, when some of these YouTubers tell you, oh yeah, go buy, I still can't believe this, go buy these homes in the desert and rent them out. I'm just like, okay, 4 months, 5 months, you're going to have really good income during prime time, January, February, March, and April. Off the charts. You'll have those numbers, 20,000 a month, 20, potentially. But soon as summer comes, drops way down. So you're going to have to hope you saved enough money and hope that, like it was Church was the girl's name, when her AC went out, it cost her like $12,000 to $16,000, and you're paying that after you're in the summertime where you're renting like 0 nights or 3 or 4 nights, and you owe a mortgage. Your mortgage is 2 G's, and all of a sudden you have to replace your AC unit. It's another $12,000. But yet you only took in $3,000 or $2,000. That's not going to work. Why put yourself in that position? All right, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Airbnb bust it is. I'm going to actually drop a video tomorrow because, once again, I don't like people telling me they do Airbnb. They tell me they do millions. They show me a few buildings, but yet they don't show their 1099s from Airbnb. We all get them. We don't go through some website. We don't go, hey, look at this. We all get 1099s. So show me the 1099s. Then I'll believe you. And while I'm talking mess, and some people came in here right now, at the beginning of this live stream 4 hours ago, I showed my 1099s, and I actually showed the reason why I did it in 2019, because I got tired of these people showing me some other websites, and I'm like, why are you showing other websites? Just give me the 1099, show it. Or go into your Airbnb and show me your back office. Either one. They both show you your cumulative to the date, how much you received on it on Airbnb. Either way you slice it, but showing some other crap, I don't want to see other crap. I don't want to see Excel spreadsheets. I don't want you to tell me, hey, here's my paper right here, and we made $20,000 in January, we made $15,000 in February, we made $30,000 in August, whatever the hell. I'm like, that's fine and dandy, but then don't try to sell me a course either after you tell me some lies. I'm like, show me the numbers then. So all I'm saying, pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are smart out here. Don't fall for this Airbnb is easy money thing. You just can't get an Airbnb in just anywhere USA, like I've been saying this whole night. Do not do this. Make sure you research. Make sure you know the occupancy rates. Like, for instance, Dominican Republic, the realtor said 83% is the occupancy rate all year around in the Dominican Republic, no matter where you are. All right, occupancy rates can fluctuate due to if all of a sudden there's 1,000 more units available within your city, clearly the 83% occupancy rate is probably going to drop. Unless all of a sudden you have 1,000 more tourists coming in, then all of a sudden we balance out. So we might be able to stay within 80%, 83%, right? Pretty simple. That's what you have to pay attention to. But do not buy the seasonal stuff. Do not buy stuff like we were talking about Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge tonight. That area. Look, when I had my Smoky Mountain place, and I also had the Wyndham up there with the indoor water park. Again, my experience, summer, prime time. Leaves change, prime time. 5 months, prime time. The other 7 months, okay, people come, but I can't charge them prime time rates. Is it really worth my time if I have a mortgage to charge people lower prices during off season and possibly get no rent at all, but meanwhile I still owe a mortgage? That's crazy. Lake Tahoe, seasonal. Don't do it. Colorado, seasonal, ski season, off season, don't do it. This is all I'm saying. But people are out here saying, let me get any property because it worked, until it doesn't. Airbnb bus stores are going to be coming up indefinitely for the next 2 years. This is there. It's going to keep going. There's way too many people on the platform, and there's way too many people who have random properties in the middle of freaking nowhere. In the middle of residential areas is what I call in the middle of nowhere. Just like I call deserts in the middle of nowhere. The only desert you should be in is Las Vegas. That's it. And now if you own a home in Vegas, they have rules. You have to get approved, which is, a whole nother issue. So again, some people don't want to deal with this. Like in Vegas, the 24-hour call or something that they have the inspection, have to come out. You have to post up quiet hours after 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., I believe, is their quiet hours. If your tenants or your guests are staying there causing havoc, you're getting a phone call and can be fined. And they can revoke your license to have that as an Airbnb. Yes, in Vegas, they revoke people's license so they can't have their Airbnb anymore. And now you're holding a mortgage. This is what I'm saying. You can't monitor your guest. Your guests, you have a nice little home, and it's let's call it 3,500 square feet, have a pool table, have backyard barbecue with a bar in the house or whatever. Don't need that, but people bring their drinks, eat and be merry. Next thing you know, they call up some friends who also are in town. Now you have occupancy in the house is 6, but now you have 12 people there, and it's 12 at midnight. People are calling Las Vegas. Las Vegas sends people out. They find out you got more than the occupancy rate. They find out that you're disturbing the quiet hours. Next thing you know, okay, first time it happened, second time it's happened, they revoke, and now you're holding a mortgage. This is don't put yourselves in these positions. All right. But Vegas is one of those locations that it's damn near 11 out of 12 months a year, prime time. Because they have all, like I said, CES show that I started off talking about. It's right now. I have, like I told you guys, 2 people call me up. The 2nd through the 10th, they're staying in Vegas in a 2-bedroom. 8 nights. So just think about that. Profits everywhere. In a week, we're talking about something else. Melanie Bonita catching me on the late night, 4 hours in. I'm going off on Airbnb. Welcome to the SSN Nation Wealthy Wednesday night live stream. And of course, she has the icon next to her name. And she says, hi, SSN family. And oh, by the way, in case you don't know who this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is Miss 25 streams of income, where multiple streams make your dreams, something like that. I can't remember. She's the one with that tagline. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? Happy New Year, Miss Melanie Bonita. Thank you so much. The late night show, exactly. We're after midnight, 2 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. Oh my, no, 1 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. This is like almost a record. We've done 4 hours before. But tonight, Melanie Bonita, I've been talking some Airbnb bust tonight. We've been talking a little strategies. And I've been talking a little bit of smack because I all of a sudden accidentally came upon this Airbnb bust. And I've seen all these people out here telling people to buy houses, mortgages, and rent them out. And they're out here telling people to buy multiple homes, telling them, hey, you can get another house by putting $10,000 down or 10% down. I'm listening to all this craziness. I'm like, what happens if you go through a couple of months where you're not renting? Especially if you pick places that are seasonal. That could happen. And you're not giving people the nuances. Melanie Bonita, we got to teach people multiple streams to live your dreams. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Miss 25 streams of income. You can go check her out on her channel. because she's throwing down. She's being active. She's throwing down videos all the time. She's in Clubhouse. She's on TikTok. She's everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Melanie speaks in some instances. So go check her out. Go subscribe to the channel. She's part of the SSN Nation. So you got to show her some love. And by the way, speaking of that, let me see if I still have this. Let me see if I have something, Melanie Bonita. Let me see if I have this. Doggone it. I don't have it on here. Melanie Bonita, Margaritaville, helping people out. If you're military, and if you're, I believe, like a EMT, healthcare worker, I think those were the three things. Margaritaville Cruises, they give people a free cruise as long as you pay for the taxes. That's a pretty good deal, ladies and gentlemen. So let me see if I have it in-house. I'm pretty sure I do. I'm going to play it. So you guys can see the woman's giving out information, and you might get lucky if I can't find it. She's giving out information to people that not free cruise, but the cruise is going to be inexpensive. Oh, wow. I forgot about that leaf thing, man. I might have a copyright strike if I don't get this up here. Oh, you got lucky. Oh, no. Veterans, first responders, and educators. There we go. I see where it is now. There we go. See, you're late night. You never know what's going to happen late night. All right. Yep. There we go. Veteran, educator, or first responders. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. She's out there giving out knowledge, helping people, because I didn't even know they did that. That's pretty awesome, quite frankly. Here we go. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Book Boss. Did you know if you are a veteran, a first responder, or an educator that you can cruise for free? Yes, I said free. If it's free, it is for me. Honey, look, all you have to do is pay taxes, gratuity, and port fees, and you too can cruise for free on Margaritaville at sea. No, it's not a scam. We are on it.
Haha, surprise, Melanie Bonita. I have everything. I keep receipts, especially when they help people. So yeah, I've been I put it on Instagram. I think I did a remix on here we go. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. We only pay taxes, gratuity, and port fees. There we go. That's it exactly. So there's something that you learned tonight, late night. For all you Airbnb bust people, home bust people, liabilities bust people, stock bust people. But we've been talking about Airbnb tonight. Bust. All right. It's not a bust, ladies and gentlemen. I see. Exactly. I keep the receipts. I have something else that I've never actually showed when you were doing the Price is Right type of thing. I've actually had that in the coffers this whole time. I have to break that out one of these days. Anyhow, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We're 4 hours in. It's time for me to wrap it up. One of the longest videos I've done because I'm passionate about this. We're trying to change lives. We're going to be able to change lives. Buy a home in 2023, somewhere between July 2023 and July 2024, somewhere in there. Prices should be so devastatingly low where you're going to be like, I got to get something. Then I'm not saying turn that into an Airbnb, but it's okay if you do. It's all right. Because the ultimate goal is to get 2 to 3 years later, after that appreciation of your house goes up, and you can take out that $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 and buy another asset that pays you. That's the object of the game. All right. Make this simple for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Now back to the Airbnb, and I'm going to end this. I'm going to say it for the 5th time tonight. Do not get a mortgage on a house in a place that is seasonal to put it on Airbnb. Do not do anything like that. So in other words, what I saw was people, for whatever reason, buying homes in Joshua Tree, buying homes in Palm Springs. These are in California in the desert. I don't understand it because it's seasonal. Nobody goes to Palm Springs when it's 110, 120 out. Generally. Yes, they have one event in the summertime trying to get people there, but generally you're going to have 3 months, 4 months potentially of hardly any renters. And you're going to have a mortgage? That makes no sense. Do not do it. All right? These are the guys that are offering seminars. These are the guys that are offering pay me for something. They have to subsidize based on those 3, 4, 5, 6 months that their rent isn't even going to cover their mortgage note. You buy 2 or 3 properties and go negative 2 or 3 mortgages, that is not a good thing. All right? So don't do it. Number 1 rule, don't do it. Number 2, whenever you buy something, you got to fix it up. So the guys who are doing Airbnb bust videos, they're correct. Make sure you fix up the place. Make sure it looks nice. In fact, you want to make it 5-star, 4-star-ish, 5-stars type quality. That's what you want. Do not clutter. No matter what you do, don't clutter. Make it open, make it spacious, make it simple. Think about it. When you go to 5-star hotels or 5-star luxury places, notice they do not do clutter. It looks a lot nicer, cleaner, so to speak. That's another thing you want to do. You don't have to add a hot tub. Regardless of what these people say, you do not have to add the hot tub. Yes, your guests would say, yes, a hot tub is nice, except for you have to do the maintenance. You have to do the upkeep. Who's going to be dumping? Who's going to be putting the chemicals in this thing? You're going to have to do this. And they're not easy to maintain. There's going to be an issue if it's being used a lot. So just keep that in mind. It's not worth spending the 5 to 10 to 15 to 20,000, whatever you want to spend on that thing. Because the chemicals alone and everything you're going to have to do every time somebody stays there, you're going to have to make cleanup on aisle 5 on this spa. And if something goes wrong with the spa, well, there goes another $500 or whatever. You never know. All I'm saying is it's not even really worth it. If other people have spas, so what? They can charge more than me. I'll charge $25 a night less. So what? But why have the extra headache? Are you going to clean out the spa every day? When after your tenants leave, you're going to do it? No, you're going to probably pay somebody, another added expense unnecessarily. Don't do it. All right? Pools, spas, not necessary. You can charge $25 to $50 less. So what? It's going to cost you more than that when people leave. You're going to have to tend to all this stuff. Chemicals aren't cheap. Draining water and doing all this crazy stuff with spas is not cheap either. Especially when you want to have it heated. Are you going to keep running your electricity so it's always like at 80 degrees or something? Because you can't go from 50 degrees, 60-degree water up to 100. That's going to take a little while, and that electricity is going to be used. I'm just saying, there's a lot of downsides. So again, I'm giving you guys some tips. It's not really necessary. You want to stay profitable with the least amount of expenses. That's the key. And about this thing about charging people ridiculous amounts for housekeeping and this thing about having checklists. Come on. Are you in the hospitality business? Or are you really in the renter business? Because a lot of landlords out here, Airbnb people, are in the renter business. That's turning people off because now I'm paying you for housekeeping and then you're telling me on my checklist, empty the garbage, take out the laundry, sweep the floors. What kind of wash the dishes? What kind of, after you're charging me a housekeeping fee? Not going to work, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do it. I know there's people out here that do it, but if you want repeat customers, I would highly suggest when a person comes to your place, they don't have to do jack crap. Put it in the price. They don't have to do nothing. People have called me up from using my Airbnbs and said, "Hey, we're checking out this morning. I just want to know if do we have to do anything? Do we have to clean up the dishes? Do we have to put them in the dishwasher? Do we have to?" I'm just like, are you serious? I have none of that in any of my listings. But people ask because they stayed in other Airbnbs where people had these stupid little checklists. And I just start laughing. I go, no, go home. Hopefully everything went well. Oh, we love the place. We just thought we had to do something. No, you don't have to do nothing. You can leave the dishes in the sink. You can throw the towels on the floor. Leave the bed however you left it. No sweeping necessary. No nothing. Hasta la vista. Thank you for renting from me. So they paid already. It should be built in. There shouldn't be additionals if you can avoid it. Now, not everybody can avoid it, but if it's only going to cost you $60, come on. Somebody stays there for 3 or 4 nights. You got a minimum 3-4 nights, right? Really? $15 a night? Come on. Why not just let it slide? That's crazy. You have somebody doing the housekeeping. Come on now. All right? Think about it. You want to be in the hospitality business. You don't want to be in the renter business. You want to think how you would want to be treated. When you go on vacation, you've been there for 4 or 5 days, maybe longer. And all of a sudden you're getting ready to leave and it's, 10 in the morning. And you're sitting there like, oh, wait, there's a list over here. Oh, damn, they're telling me I might be charged extra fees if I don't sweep out the place, if I don't empty the garbage, if I don't. It's like, what the frick? And then I pay the housekeeping fee. Again, I went over it enough, but don't do it. Just be in the hospitality business because guess what? When I stay at a hotel, I don't have a checklist. I just check out. They don't sit there and call up and be like, hey, did you empty the garbage? Hey, can you vacuum the floor for me? Hey, none of that. You just come down, give them your card or leave the card in the room and hasta la vista. So if I'm doing that at a hotel, why would I do that and charge people and do all that crazy nonsense if they stay at my place? That just gives a bad taste in people's mouths. So when you're contributing to the fact of being an Airbnb bust, because you start having millions of people saying, forget Airbnbs, I'll just stay at a hotel, that affects the whole platform. You guys get this, right? So all I'm saying is, this is why I have a different model, because my model is based on condo hotels. So whenever somebody stays at my place, I don't have to worry about housekeeping. I don't have to worry about security. I don't have to worry about check in, check out, or enforce it. All that is off the table. So now you understand why I have a different point of view than getting a villa or getting something in the middle of nowhere. It's a catch-22. I like condo hotels, easily managed. Or if you have a condo or villa, a management company makes it easier for you because now they check in with the management company. The management company is the security. The management company is the person that checks in, checks out, and here's any complaints. Or you're not checking out in time, they get to enforce it. All kind of different things. But condo hotel model is the one I like. It makes it nice and simple. You don't have to do anything. You just rent. They rent it out and they check out there. And you're just sitting up anywhere in the world and don't even have to call you don't have to call housekeeping. You don't have to call anybody. If they didn't check out at 12 or 11 like they're supposed to, the front desk calls up, hey, are you checking out right now? Because if you don't check out in the next hour or next 15 minutes, we're going to charge you. We already have your card on file. People are checking out, right? There's no reason. I don't get a phone call. I don't have nothing to do with it. That's the policies built in. Just like when you go to a hotel, you try to stay there another hour after checkout, you're going to have people coming to your door. The owner of the building doesn't have nothing to do with it. He's sitting off in Hawaii. Same thing. So if you can get all those items removed off your list, where you don't have to worry about cleanup on all 5, where you don't have to worry about check in and check out, you don't have to worry about security. And the other thing about Airbnb is they have insurance. That's another thing. That's why Airbnb platform is very powerful, which is good for you as a host. Because I'm going to give you a story. Scottsdale, Arizona, circa 2013 or whatever. Some guy calls me, well, doesn't call me. He's on the platform. He says, hey, it's last minute. I normally don't do last minute. There's a reason, because I can't vet. Airbnb can't really vet either. But anyhow, the guy calls me up, gives me song and dance, or not calls me, but sends me messages, give me a song and dance saying, yeah, I really need a place. Me and my friends, we have an issue, yada, yada, yada. They go through Airbnb. Cool. About 3 hours later, I get a call from the manager. And he says something like, Eric, these people left and they were making a little bit of noise. We actually went up to their room. All the flat screen TVs are off the walls. They snatched all the flat screen TVs in the living room and in both bedrooms. And they took whatever, some other stuff. Guess what? Airbnb has insurance. Airbnb covered it. No issues, no problems. So when some of these clowns out here are talking about, oh, yeah, do this old school thing about get your own website and book directly through you by sniping Airbnb or VRBO customers, this is something you might want to consider. Because if you are doing direct bookings, now all of a sudden some mishaps, guests do crazy stuff, are you going to have the insurance to cover $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 worth of damage to your property or to your house? So that's another thing that these guys are out here talking about. All of a sudden, oh, I'm going to make my own direct booking website. Well, guess what? Nobody's coming to your direct booking website. Airbnb, Expedia, Travelocity, all these guys spend millions of dollars to get eyes onto their website. Nobody's coming to your website. All right? All I'm saying, there's millions of websites. What's going to make yours any difference? There's millions of booking places people can go to book something. You think all of a sudden by you sniping off Airbnb customers, they're going to be coming back to your property? That's not how it works, ladies and gentlemen. That's another misnomer. You can rent properties. A person doesn't come back. So in other words, they stay in your place. Unless it's a short distance and they really love your place, it happens. But generally, if somebody stays in your place from an Airbnb, they're not coming back in 6 months. They're never probably coming back again because they actually stayed in your city and in your property. So the next year they're going to go stay in another location. People don't get to go on vacation every month, every 3 months or 4 months. So this notion that people are going to be return customers, I'm going to have so many return customers, it's going to be worth my while to get their email address and do all this, that, and the other. Again, that's not even a thing. There's like 9 out of 10 people. You might see 1 out of 10 again because they're coming back. But the following year, the odds of them coming back again, slim. Very, very slim. That's not how people go on vacation. They don't go to the same place 2, 3 times in a row. That's a rare situation. All right. So just keep thinking about that while people are out here telling you to get direct bookings and to get this crazy nonsense about, oh, when they come in to get their email and sign up for our Wi-Fi, I'm going to snipe their email address. So then I'm going to contact them, because that's against Airbnb policies and VRBO policies, right? To try and bypass people. So when you start doing stuff like that, you're actually not helping yourself or Airbnb in itself, because you're sniping customers. You're going to be the same person that goes, oh, I don't know why I don't have that many rentals nights anymore. Well, imagine 1 million people doing this snipe stuff, because you're going to be terminated from Airbnb. So all I'm saying is, just think about this little ecosystem and the Airbnb bust that people are talking about. All together, you combine a lot of things, and the next thing you know, you have lower booking nights. And why do you have lower booking nights? Imagine if you have 1 million people that all of a sudden bought these stupid villas, homes, they have a mortgage, and then they start talking about, oh yeah, we're going to snipe off millions of customers, because each person has more than one customer, right? Because they stayed in our place and we got their email address and their phone number. So now we bypass Airbnb. So now you're trying to tell me you're taking 1 million people out of the system potentially. Those same people could have been paying you rent, and you're fully covered and don't even have to deal with your own direct booking website. Crazy, crazy stuff. All right. I used to have my own website as well. Yeah, people would order, people would book and whatever, but Airbnb, VRBO, home away, why? I can link up all my iCal calendars, and it shows what's available across all multiple platforms. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you have an occupancy rate higher than what you thought you would have by direct bookings, because you can't account for the millions of people that have eyeballs on those websites. And out of those millions of people, 1 or 2 people might book your unit, which is what will happen. So why you want to have your own website where you're going to have to deal with your own stuff? 100%. That is not a winning model for escalation. If you have 10 units, 15 units, you're going to be managing this or getting somebody else to manage your booking website, support. I mean, come on. And don't get, and another thing, while I'm talking about this, you have your own direct booking website, which also means you're going to have your own merchant account. So do you really think that you're going to be able to have a Square attached or a PayPal attached or Authorize.net attached, and all of a sudden your first year you're making $300,000 and people are charging that? Do you really think they're going to release that? Come on, get real. It's not going to happen. Do you think you're going to only be charged 3%? Or no percent if you have VRBO and you pay for your listings? So think about, there's a bunch of things people don't think about when they start talking crazy about, I'm going to do it myself. It's going to cost you more money. You're not going to be able to just charge and get 3%. That's going to be the processing fees, 3%. Well, actually, it's more than that. More than likely in itself. And your processor, if you start running hundreds of thousands of dollars through that thing, they're going to be like, hold on a second, you're new, we don't know you, we're going to hold off 6 months. You're going to find yourself in a whole different ball game. Whereas Airbnb, you're in, done. They send you your money after people check in 24 hours later. You don't have nothing to worry about. PayPal's not going to, if you use PayPal, they're not going to hold your money. It's direct deposit into your account. It's gold. I'm just saying, there's all kind of things about why there's an Airbnb bust going on, and people are contributing to it. And I'm like, I don't really care if they do or don't, because I'm in high rental locations, meaning high visitor locations. So when you're in Orlando, when you're in Vegas, when you're in Anaheim, when you're in like Tahoe during the wintertime, all these little things, when you're in Scottsdale during wintertime, like now, when they have the Arabian Horse Show, I mentioned that. When they have the Barrett's Auto Auction, when they have the baseball season in March, when they have The Waste Management, only the biggest event in Phoenix every year, and the most amount of people that come. Waste Management every February now. It used to be the last week in January. Now it's like the second week in February or something. But anyhow, 200, 300, 400,000 people come through. And if you can have multiple 5 or 6 or 7 properties or ways to have 4 nights available, people are spending $500 per night. I'm already trying to figure out next year how much I'm going to charge. Is that crazy? I'm going to already figure I can charge an additional 5%. So every year I'm staying ahead or up with inflation. I'm charging another 5%. So my profit, even though I might be charged another 2 or 3% cost, I'm still staying ahead of what my cost increase is going to be. So it's still a win. Plus I get to actually make a little bit more. Because when I first started years ago, I only charged $399 a night on the weekends, $319 during the week. Now everything's $100 more per night in a matter of 5 or 6 years. So that just gives you an idea what you can do when you have everything in a high demand area. High demand areas, you will always get the highest profits. It's pretty simple. There's a correlation. So you don't have to be out here talking about it's an Airbnb bust because all I got was 4 nights this month or 5 nights this month. Because if you have more than 1 or 2 or 3 locations, all of a sudden you were doing very well during prime time. And you have prime time all the time. So you'll never have the Airbnb bust going on. Like I say, Vegas is perfect. Now they have new rules. Orlando, there's a lot of places. Unless you have upscale, you're going to be able to make money. If you don't have upscale, then you're going to be middle of the road. But it's all the time. Miami, all year long, and you can charge an arm and a leg. So downtown, 5 years ago, I was charging $500 a night for a freaking studio in downtown Miami. All right? This is how crazy it is. So all I'm saying is there's certain locations. Once you know what those locations are, you win. All right, I'm going to wrap it up. 4:35. I think I just broke the record tonight. All my ranting about what we can do. A lot of people will never see this, but thank you everybody for being here. And once again, I love everybody. Thank you so much for your support. Make sure you share the videos. Make sure you tell other people, hey, you better come over here and check some things out because we talk about this and a lot more every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday live. And watch for the video that's going to drop tomorrow. It's going to be another one on the Airbnb. And if you missed the video and just saw this last part, check out the first, I believe, 5 minutes of the video. I actually show you my 1099s from Airbnb. I've said this 4 times tonight. When I see all these people on here on YouTube telling me I made $5 million, I made $1 million, I made $10 million, I made all these $1 million. I'm like, that's real nice. But not one of them has ever showed their 1099s, which we get from Airbnb. A few people try to do the okie doke, saying, hey, I go into this website and whatever. I'm like, why are you going to a website? That means you're not showing me your Airbnb stuff. Show me your 1099. Everybody gets one. So things may not be what they appear to be. But I actually do this. So I don't have some company. I don't have nothing. It's in my name. I show the numbers, and then I'll give you a preview. 2014, $276,000 revenue, not profit, revenue. All right. 2 more, 20, I can't remember. Anyhow, 2 other 1099s. One's around 340K, and another's I think it was 396, so almost 400K. 1099 from Airbnb. So all these people, I don't know why they're showing me a website, because That was an Airbnb website they're showing me, and it wasn't a 1099 website or 1099 showing me. All I'm saying is, I'm sitting here in disgust when I see these people talking about Airbnb and they make millions and they're not showing me jack crap. All right. So that's the only I'm never going to show anything else again, but I'm just showing. James Way says, new record. That's right, new record. Good night, Melanie Benita. Thank you so much for being here yourself. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. And keep up doing the good work on all the platforms, Clubhouse, TikToks, Instagrams, Facebook, her own channel here on YouTube. Go show some love to Melanie Benita, ladies and gentlemen. TikTok is Melanie Speaks. All right, just so you know. All right, that's it. The new record has been laid down, 4 hours, 37 minutes, and I've been going off on Airbnb only because I can't stand these guys out here talking about Airbnb, and then they say, I'm having a seminar, and it's $1,000 a person, so I can tell you what to do with Airbnb. And I'm just like, wait, so what? People can't buy a house? They can't upgrade or make it look nice? They can't put it on Airbnb? I'm like, why do I got to pay you for that? That's craziness. So anyhow, that's why I'm here, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to. I'm just going to let you know what you need to know. There's no secrets other than the ones I mentioned, but there's no real secrets here. But one secret is, do not be getting mortgages for Airbnbs. All right? Don't be doing that. That's crazy, in my opinion. It's fine if you have a plan. It's fine if you're in an area that you're going to be able to do 12 or 11 months out of the year. You're going to definitely have 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks rented. But if that's not the case, do your due diligence, because these people out here telling people to buy stuff in the desert and then use Airbnb, that's not going to last. It's not going to last. All you need is one downturn during high season, and then the next thing you know, you're not going to have tenants coming in the low season, and now you have a mortgage that you're paying for a second home or a third home that you're not covering, and you're going to have to come out of pocket somewhere else. Don't do it. All right, that's it. Enough of my ranting about this. And with all that said, ladies and gentlemen, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.